Welcome to Fear Street.
Before I say anything about my encounter, I just want to clarify that when I saw this thing, I went to Google and searched up what it was. I came across this website and found that another person in Jackson County had had an encounter with something like this, so I know I'm not crazy. I'd been studying wolves and their behavior for about 3 years before I had this encounter. And I know that considering Jackson County is about 656 square miles, with a population of 674,158, and it being practically infested with wildlife such as deer, livestock, and predators such as coyotes and foxes, it wouldn't be likely for a large predator such as a wolf to be lurking in the sparse woodland. The average wolf territory can vary from less than 100 miles to over 1,000, and it'd be easy for such a huge creature to live just in Jackson County alone. This may even be the very same dog, wolfman thing that the other person saw. Anyway, on to the encounter. I was just chilling on the laptop in the living room, watching people blow stuff up, when I felt like I had to go to the bathroom. I set the laptop down and put my headphones on the keyboard and got out of the chair. Let me clarify. I'm not a psychic or a medium or anything, but I have a sort of sixth sense where I can tell if something is watching me, and I knew something was. We have a huge window on the wall just above the couch, and it was a particularly cold night, so the windows caught things like breath fairly well. I turned to the window, thinking that whatever it was watching me from there, and I knew I'd see it if it was, and it'd have to either be standing on something or tall as the devil himself in order to see into the window of our trailer. It was around 6 to 8 feet off the ground, with the top of it being 11 feet. I looked over to the window, and the only thing I could see was that the floodlights were on, and something seemed to duck under the window, like a kid playing hide and seek. I didn't think anything of it, considering our neighbors were sort of druggies and alcoholics and often came to look in our windows, and every opening to the house was locked, so I had nothing to worry about. I went to the bathroom, and when I finished, I washed my hands and went back to the laptop. I noticed that the floodlights went out, so whatever it was gone. Not thinking anything else of it, I went back to watching people blow stuff up. I should mention also that my eyes are sharp enough to spot a bird about 50 feet away in a tree, so it's no surprise that when the floodlights came back on, I noticed immediately. I glanced up from the screen, expecting a drunken or high idiot to be looking in with a stupid expression on his face. But I was frozen by what I saw. It was a huge wolf that was looking at me with dirty, ambery yellow eyes. Its ears looked like they were torn or cropped or something, and the face looked sort of human-like. Not really a full human face, but more like the jawline looked very masculine and human compared to the rest of its face. Its lips were curled back, and it seemed as if it were snarling, though I couldn't hear it if it was. And its breath caught on the cold glass. It was so tall that the top of its head was halfway up the window. And if I had to guess how wide it was, I'd probably say maybe the width of my shoulders. I knew that whatever it was, it most likely had wolfish instincts, so I did the only thing I knew to do, which was avoid eye contact and make yourself look as small as you could while having your throat and underside showing. This is a very common submissive position, and although I was scared out of my mind, I knew that holding eye contact would make me seem like a challenger, and running would make me seem like prey. When I did the submissive position, it must have worked for it to leave me alone because it just hit the window, which made the entire trailer shake, and it went away. I hadn't heard or seen anything else like it since, although I do hear the odd howl coming from the back roads. God help the poor idiot that decides to try and hunt that thing down. I can tell you now that whatever it was not friendly, because if it were, it wouldn't have slammed my window as hard as it had, and it would not have been growling like I'd taken its food. Although it practically did assault my window, I could understand why it was upset. I was on its territory, after all, an intruder and possibly a threat to its existence and its prey. It's really just best to stay out of its way and respect it. After all, it is one of God's many strange creatures in the world. Since it was summer break for my school, I was lazily lounging at home, watching TV. I got bored, so I went outside to see if I could do anything with my chickens, like feed them worms and snails. Before I go into more detail, I should explain the area I live in. My home's on the outskirts of the city. I had about 5 to 7 chickens at the time, and we hadn't expanded the coop, so it was a small pen connecting to 2 sides of the chicken coop, which is wooden and sturdy. The only ways to get into the coop are either through the trap door, which is attached to the big door, and the 3 windows. One window is on one side of the door, and the second window on the other side. The third window is a large one. Keep in mind that they all have traps connected to them so they can be closed. We have 7 acres of woodland that we call the back pasture, and if you've ever been back there, you could see that it's a popular habitat for the local deer. There was also a wild boar that was roaming around at the time, and I don't know how it got there. We'd been having trouble with poachers for a while, considering the population of deer in the woods. One poacher had set up a trail cam, one that was motion activated. There was an old rusty deer stand that had been put on a tree a long time ago, and the tree had begun to grow around it. Beyond our acres of woods, there's a large cornfield owned by our neighbors, and beyond that is a forest. I don't know what the forest is like beyond the field since we've never been there. I went outside to do something with my chickens, and I had brought along a bucket of corn for feeding the deer after. When I walked out of my home, I saw a doe that was sitting in the tall grass. I thought it was sleeping since it had its head down and wasn't moving. I, being the curious little nut I was, decided that I would sneak up on the deer and get a picture of it to show my mother when she got home from work. I crept as silently as I could across the yard that separated me from the deer. I should also mention that we have a clearing with a burn pit in it that was filled with cedar branches. I was creeping across my yard towards the deer, and when I had cleared the burn pit and was about 10 yards from it, I realized that the deer wasn't asleep. It was dead. It was the most disgusting sight I had ever seen. Its intestines were completely gone. The flesh on the body of the doe was shredded to pieces, and there was blood absolutely everywhere. It looked as if it had been sitting there for a while, and it smelled like it too. Most of the blood was dried, and the air reeked with the stench of rotting flesh, urine, and what seemed like a hint of wet dog. Something that creeped me out about the scene was, although it was a rotting carcass, there were no insects at all around it. It was as if the usual living forest was deader than the deer. Not even the neighbor's cattle made a sound. It looked as if the poor deer had simply been left, after being brutally attacked and half-eaten, which it most likely was. I left the bucket at the beginning of the trail, thinking I'd come out later with my mother and grain the deer when she got home. Then I started to walk back to my house. I'd barely taken a few steps when I heard a low, snarling growl that sounded like a wolf, although it seemed distorted as if it were being played on an old radio. Against my better judgment, I turned my head around and I saw what looked like the biggest wolf I'd ever seen. It was on all fours. Its fur was black and matted in places. Its face was what you'd expect a wolf to look like, although it was broad and the muzzle seemed a little short. But the way it was curling its lips made it look as if its snout was plenty long, and its eyes were yellow. Not a bright yellow like the yellow of a flower or the sun, but a dim, amber, red yellow, if that makes sense. Its ears looked like that of a Doberman pinscher, with the cropped effect. Its front legs were long, and it looked as if it were a bodybuilder. Its paws, if you can even call them paws, looked like huge hands with long claws at the end of them. It stood up, and I heard the most sickening popping sound you could ever imagine. It sounded like the sound of popping joints, but it seemed amplified as if it were being played through a microphone, and the sound of it was coming from loudspeakers. Its body looked like a bodybuilder's, pumped up on steroids. It was so big. It had no tail that I could see, and it seemed to tower over me, although I was a good 10 meters from it. I was about 5'4" at the time, and I came nowhere close to its height. It was so tall that the tip of its ears could almost touch the top of a young cedar. It let out a loud howl, which sounded more like a roar, and it charged at me. Doing the only thing I knew to do while hyped up on fear and adrenaline, I began to run away from it. I remember clearing my yard in what seemed like hours, but was most likely only a few seconds, and running inside, slamming and locking all the doors and windows. As I calmed down a small bit, I had realized that if it had really wanted to kill me, then it would have. That what I had experienced wasn't an attack charge, but a bluff. I was lucky to get away with my life. Although this happened almost 2 years ago, it still terrifies me to think about it. The deer was gone the next day, and ever since that evening, I've been weary around the woods, only going in them in broad daylight, only when I absolutely had to, and never without a weapon. Sadly, I can't say I'm one of those people that have stopped experiencing things after the encounter, although I only had nightmares for a month after that day in June. Nothing really started to happen again until about 2 months ago, when I was staying up at night playing on the laptop. I had started to hear things moving around on the porch and turned on the light to see the shape of something huge disappearing behind the corner of my house. There was also one of the rare times I went into the woods after the first encounter, when I was helping my mother clear brush from the hunting clearing. I was going to get the mower and was walking the trail to do so when I heard bipedal footsteps following me off to my side. They stopped whenever I stopped, and I eventually ran out of the woods, and I haven't been back since. I asked my late grandmother about the creature I'd seen in the woods, and she informed me that there was something called the Wolfhead Man that stalked the Kansa tribe, preying on small children that strayed too far from their teepees. Later, I was informed by my history teacher that my house had actually been built on a tribal burial ground, and I've since been wondering if that may have had something to do with it. I hadn't heard about the Wolfhead Man before she told me about it, But when I saw that there were several eyewitness reports that proved to be truthful, it made me feel a lot better about coming out with this information. I had attempted to tell people about my encounters before, but everyone either said I was stupid, crazy, or just a plain liar. One thing's for certain, I'm not stupid, I'm not crazy, and I'm most definitely not a liar. I know what I saw, and what I saw was a Dogman. I was on patrol as a deputy sheriff for the county, and I was usually assigned to the Highway 13 and Highway 30 corridors. I recall that particular July 1st, however, that a young man, 16 or 17 years old, had been sucked into a storm drain, which emptied into Cedar Lake, near the Quaker Oats plant. This is a place with heavy foot traffic and located in an urban setting. The area is also bordered by Mohawk Park. As the search went on into the night, the local PD got the county involved. I parked my cruiser at what I believe was the electric company storage yard. The yard had what I estimated to be a 10-foot fence that ran parallel to a paved bike trail, on the other side of which runs a large concrete spillway to siphon off floodwaters. I arrived at what I estimate to be roughly 11:30 p.m. to 11:45. I estimate only because I assure you there never was, nor will be, an official statement or record with my name on it telling this story. As I left the lot, I was at the north end of the lake and headed west on foot. There was a lot of brush and saplings between the spillway and trail, so I proceeded on to the point the trail turns south, near where Cedar Lake empties into the Cedar River, under the railroad tracks leading to Quaker Oats. There are multiple tracks at the turn I mentioned before, and only the track furthest from myself had a train on it. With my attention on the spillway, I hardly noticed at first a faint red-colored light a distance north from my position. It was coming down the track on the other side of the train. I had thought it perhaps the tail lights of a car. Not being from that patrol route, I had no knowledge that there was, in fact, no road in that direction. There ain't much things in the world that scare me. Put simply, I've seen a lot, but nothing prepared me for that night. The lights disappeared, and that was that, or so I figured. About 5 minutes pass before I hear a snorting, almost sniffing sound coming from the other side of the tracks. When I turned, the first thing I saw were the eyes. They glowed a dull red. The thing was at least 8 feet tall, pushing 450. I judge this by the fact that I'm 6'4" and weigh 280. I turned my light, and to this day, wish I hadn't. It had pointed ears and a long muzzle, and it looked me right in the face before it bolted into the timber. It was not a mask, and it was not a person in costume. Who would walk up on an armed man with a police radio in full uniform and risk getting shot? I remember it was surreal. So final, I guess. I know what's in the dark now. People can say or think what they want, but even with a chambered round and full magazine and a Glock 40, it didn't feel like enough firepower. I unholstered and fell back toward the trail and to the electric company storage yard. Putting the fence to my back, I made a hasty retreat to the lot with my cruiser. I don't think I holstered my pistol till I got out of the park. I never spoke of it then, and honestly don't know why I am now, but one thing's for certain, It knew I was there, and it was watching my every move. I'll never go back, and I no longer work with the department since becoming a minister. But I still carry a Glock with hollow point rounds tipped with silver if, and I rarely do, leave my home at night. A friend of mine had moved south to work with his uncle. Things didn't work out, so he called and wanted to know if I'd pick him up at the bus station in Springfield. I told him, sure. The day he came back, his bus wasn't due until 1:30 a.m. When it showed up, he was starving, so we headed up the road to Steak and Shake. While we were eating, some girls showed up after a night of partying. We stayed around and talked with them for a while. Well, by the time we left, Ryan wanted to see if we could swing by one of his old girlfriend's houses before she went to work. He wanted to see if he could stay with her for a while. I didn't have anything to do the next day, so I told him that would be fine. She lived in Assumption. To get there, we headed back to Taylorville. Then, instead of heading on to Pana, where I lived, we'd cut across through the country to get to Assumption. To do this, you have to go out by Burton Eddy Lake. At that time, they had just started developing the place for housing, so it was semi-rural, with woods around the lake and the road we were on. So here we are, driving, and just about to cross a bridge, when this huge canine-type thing comes running out of the woods to our right. There were good-sized, freshly dug ditches on each side of the highway. This thing jumped from the bottom of the right ditch, cleared the highway, and landed on the back side of the left ditch. Then, it ran into the woods. It happened so fast, I didn't even have time to hit the brakes before it was already gone. I know some would say it was just a dog that surprised us, but we both agreed it was too big. Besides, I don't know of any dogs that can jump that far. I remember it had gray and light brown fur. It was very bulky and muscular. It was also on all fours. We decided that we didn't need to hang around the area and sped up. Okay, so I'm just going to start off by saying that this isn't my personal encounter. This happened to my mother and uncle when they were children. I know that the 3 encounters that were shared with me in rich detail have all been in the years that ended with a 7. That in no way is referencing the song by Steve Cook. The encounter I'm about to tell you about happened in Lakeland, Florida in 1977. My mom was 6 and my uncle was a few years younger than her. My grandparents were passing through and a friend of theirs let them spend the night in a vacant house that their friends owned. I'm guessing this was in the spring or summer because the windows were wide open, with bug screens on the windows. My grandmother was out in front of the house, taking care of my youngest uncle, who was still a baby. My grandfather was reportedly using the bathroom at the time. My mom and uncle were in the back room, playing. She said the window that was in the room was very high. Imagine the windows that would be in a basement, except this was an upper floor window. If you were outside, the window would be about 10 to 12 feet off the ground, so the window was pretty high. My mom said that as she and my uncle were playing, a huge hairy paw with long claws reached up to the window and grabbed the screen. It then dragged its claws down diagonally across the screen. Needless to say, they were scared as hell. They thought it was my grandfather, just playing a cruel prank on them. So they barged out of the room and headed straight to the front of the house. They found my grandmother and demanded to know where my grandfather was. She said that he was in the bathroom, but the two of them didn't believe her. So they marched to the bathroom, opened the door, and when they did, my grandfather was sitting there on the toilet in the middle of doing his business. The window in the bathroom was similar to that of the room that the two had been in. So in all honesty, he wouldn't have had the time to climb out of the window, climb back up, and get back on the toilet. My grandparents both thought the two of them were just freaking out about nothing at the time. Grandma said she remembered the pair being horrified though. So they went out the next morning and what do you know? There were scratches on the outside wall of the house and the window screen was torn up. I'm 17 now. My mom is 46, so this was a long time ago when this happened. Even though it's been such a long time, whenever my mom tells the story, she gets scared, talking about what she saw. So there's almost no refuting what she saw and the things she described. I was traveling Highway 10 from the west coast to the south coast of Florida. I was with my 6 kids and pulling a trailer with all of my belongings and 3 dogs in it. I was in a big SUV and it was around 2 a.m. The kids were all asleep and my 13-year-old daughter was in the passenger seat to make sure I stayed awake. So after traveling Highway 10 for 3 days, I had decided since we reached Florida, we'd cut through the state to save some time. So we get off Highway 10 on an off-road in hopes of getting gas and making up some time. It was along Route 27. We came to the first little gas station. It was closed. I was nervous because we needed gas. So we continued on. I told my daughter to keep an eye out for deer crossing the 2-lane, deserted highway, because hitting a deer could kill us all and turn us over due to the trailer we were pulling. We were traveling around 45 miles per hour. I remember this so clearly, like it was yesterday, but it was 3 years ago. We had our brights on because the road was dark and winding. A few houses were on that highway, but not many. As we came around a corner in the headlights on the road, there was a lot of blood, fresh blood. And on the side of the road was this 6 or 7 foot tall creature. It was on its hind legs, hunched over a dead deer, eating it. It didn't look up, not even when my headlights hit it. It was using its arms like a human, eating the deer. It had a very muscular body, pointed ears, and a long muzzle. If you ever saw a werewolf, this was it. It had a skinnier lower body, but used its arms and hands just like a human. If it looked up, I would have died. I looked over at my daughter. I knew we were both seeing the same thing at the same time. Tears came to my eyes instantly, and at the same time, we both said, "Werewolf!" I sped up because I was scared it would run and jump on the trailer and kill my dogs. When we got about a mile away, my heart was still beating out of my chest. We couldn't believe we had just seen a werewolf. I've never been a believer in werewolves. I don't watch any werewolf movies, and I don't have any reason to make this up. As a matter of fact, until today, I've only told a handful of people about this. I'm not sure of the exact town or road I saw it on, but I wish I did know so I could find out if we were the only ones to have seen this thing. but I guess I'll live my life wondering. It was between Alabama and Florida, along the Panhandle. I'll never forget this night. My family and I lived in a home that had an outhouse in Scott County, Virginia, about 20 years ago. There was no indoor toilet. We had running water, but just couldn't get a proper septic system in there. The outhouse was up the hill a ways, about 30 yards. This was in a valley. The nearest neighbor was roughly 4 miles away. Good luck if you need an emergency service. We had 3 dogs. The biggest of all was a lab mix named Bear. Bear was a very loyal and territorial dog. It didn't matter what time of day it was, he'd go with you up to the outhouse and wait outside. This was normal behavior for years. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about him and welling up with tears. He was a damned good dog. One night my mom needed to go and he went with her. We'd normally just walk up and do our business and then head back and go to sleep. We had no AC, just windows and fans. Bear followed Mom up there, and this time he was between Mom and the woods. There was a solid tree line around the house that you couldn't see into at all. I've hunted it, but I'd get my ass back to the house before it got even close to dark. Bear felt or heard something. The more my mom tried to get up, the more he was growling. He had never behaved this way before. My mom, a devout Baptist, swears on the Bible that she heard what sounded like grunting coming out of the woods. She could feel something either stomping or punching the ground. Think of punching dough. It had that sort of thud. That's what she described it as. Now, my mom was raised by some serious hillbillies and isn't scared of anything in the woods, so she forced her way up there. She thought it was a deer, as they'll do that in rut season. Bear sat out there growling, and she said that every hair on him was standing up straight. He wasn't barking. She could feel his growling. Like, I don't know how to describe, like you feel bass from a subwoofer. She got done and came back to the house. There were no other issues that night. A few nights later, a friend was staying with me. He grew up poor like us, but he was a good dude. His mom and dad were great. Anyway, it's about 11 or 11:30 p.m. It was Friday or Saturday. I remember because we had a 10 o'clock bedtime on weeknights and we were playing Killer Instinct on Nintendo 64. Man, when I say this scared me, we heard a scream and felt a noise come from the woods about 150 yards up that mountain. I got goosebumps coming up like crazy right now. I kept playing thinking that my brain was playing tricks on me. 5 minutes later, it happened again. This time it was maybe 75 to 100 yards up and it was heading down. I stopped and asked my friend if he had heard it, and he said that he had. My fight or flight instinct kicked in and we were in a panic. I checked up on my mom and little brother and both were fine. I woke my little brother up and told him what was going on, and we grabbed our rifles. I only had a .30-06. My friend had my 20 gauge and my little brother had a .22. We went back into the room we were in when we first heard it. When I tell you my heart was racing, I felt like I had just done a 100-meter dash. We didn't hear a thing for 30 minutes, just quiet. We had the windows open due to having no AC and the fans were off. We started hearing a noise coming from the woods, just walking. It sounded like something was slowly plodding down the ridge to the house. I know it was no cat. You'll never hear a big cat. I've had cougars surprise me and I never heard a thing. This was big. It was making a lot of racket. We just kept sitting there, ears on alert. Then, we heard a scream again. This one shook our windows, literally. Everything shook. There was nothing at that point that we could have done. It was within 25 yards of our house, and we were petrified. Bear was just pacing back and forth. He wanted to get out. I didn't want him to go, and neither did my little brother. He was our safety blanket in that moment. We decided to just hang out in there, and we started hearing the grunting. All I can say is, I've heard deer and rut. This was way too guttural. This feeling of dread came over all of us. We all started bawling. We legit felt like we were gonna die. Mom finally woke up and came in there. She saw all of us holding our guns and she was like, "What are y'all doing?" I put my hand up to my face. She saw we were crying and I put my index finger to my mouth to shush her. The grunting kept going, louder and louder. Then the pounding started. It wasn't hitting a tree or anything. It was hitting the ground, punching the hell out of it. We could feel each hit. Mom said this was what she had heard the other night, but that she didn't think much of it. This seriously scared me. The grunting and pounding suddenly stopped. Mom decided to send Bear out. Nikki and Bella, our other dogs, didn't move. Bear was just a badass and we were his family. He beelined it up there. That was it. We heard one yelp and nothing else. We didn't hear anything else that night. For several days, it was that way. Bear was gone and we were all shaken up. I think it was 5 or 6 days later, my stepdad went to use the outhouse and laying next to the building was Bear. I swear on my life that this dog was literally torn apart. There were no bite marks. It wasn't a cat. He had literally been ripped apart, limb from limb. I don't know what it was. It could have been a bear. I don't know. I know that we moved out of there a month later and that place can't keep people in it anymore. I can't say for sure what we heard, but it was definitely one of the worst experiences of my life. Back in the 80s, my family and I had a house in Southwest Florida. For over a week, I believe our neighborhood was stalked by a werewolf. It was June, I think, and around 9 p.m., I was out back on the patio. At that time, no one had fences around their property because all of us knew the other families around the area. The only exception was the family across the street from us. They had a 7-foot-tall cinder block wall behind their house. They had a large wooded piece of property and kept equipment out there. The dad was in construction and the wall enclosed 3 sides of the property. It was hot out and there was a slight breeze. There were no clouds and it was starry. As I sat there, you could hear the dogs in the neighborhood begin to bark. Then everything got quiet. A lone howl started. I howled back. I do this rather well. I'd watch Nat Geo and mimic wolf cries. Anyway, this went on for about 5 minutes. Each time the howl from the other end got closer. Down the road are train tracks that run north to south. The sound seemed to emanate from that direction. I started to get spooked, and the howling stopped. Our yard had bushes and a tree on the side where the sound had come from. Suddenly the hair on my arms and neck started to stand up, and I felt like I should go in. As I stood, I heard movement by the bushes. I glanced over and saw something move. I didn't wait to see what it was. I just booked it into the house and stood by the door, which had glass panes in it. I watched as something very large and dark moved about the bushes. It moved away and I could no longer see it from my vantage point. So I went to the front porch to look out the windows, hoping to get a look at whatever was there, but it never came out that way. So I went to bed and read for a while to calm down. Less than an hour later, my brother came home. He came to my room and was as white as a sheet of paper. He was shaking all over, his eyes the size of saucers. I asked him what was wrong. Now my brother's the sort that has an explanation for anything unusual, and he's a big guy, so for him to be in this state was not normal. He said, "I need you to come with me right now. I'll explain when we get to the truck." I was still dressed, so I got up and went with him. When we got outside, I asked him what was going on. He told me there was something in the road by the tracks, and that he needed to show me. I wasn't happy about that, as I had just had my own experience with something from that way. As we got there, it looked as if something had exploded all over the road. There was blood everywhere, as if something was mowed down in that spot, but there were no body parts anywhere. My brother then related what he had seen coming down the road. He said, "I was coming home, and as I got closer to the tracks, there was this huge thing lying in the road. I thought it must have been a Mastiff or Great Dane, but as I pulled up to it, it didn't look like any dog I'd ever seen. It was hairy. Its head and nose were twice the size of a dog. The body wasn't a dog, just dog-like, but much, much bigger. It was all over the place. There was an arm laying on the road. Not a dog arm, a human arm. But when me and my brother got back to the spot, there was no trace of anything, and it had only taken us a few minutes to get there. I said that we should get the hell out of there now, and so we went back home. Then I told him what I had experienced just before he got home. A couple of days later, my sister came to me and told me she'd been seeing a large dog prowling around at night. It was huge, and she'd seen it across the street as she sat on the porch. I told her what my brother and I had seen, and not to be outside alone until we could find out what was going on. We got together and decided to stake out the yard over the next night. Sure enough, it was back in the neighbor's yard. This thing was about the size of a Shetland pony, and all black in color. We turned our flashlights on it, and it took off to the back wall behind the house. The neighbor's dog was going crazy. It was a small terrier. We watched this dog thing scale the wall. The neighbor came out to see what was going on, and we shouted that there was something in his yard. He went back in and grabbed his pistol and went around back, but by that time it was gone. My family and I were headed to my parents' home in Crockett on State Highway 21. Under normal circumstances, I would have taken Highway 7, as it's a much better road, but it had been raining all week, over 9 inches on that day alone, and roads were washed out everywhere. A family member at the funeral had assured me that the drainage on 21 was much better than 7, and I didn't want to risk getting stranded or washed away, so I followed the advice, and as it turned out, we made it to our destination, albeit later than expected. I also wasn't expecting what I saw on the way. As I said, it had been raining for days, and it was pouring rain for almost the entire drive. The area along Highway 21 is very rural and very dark at night because it's mostly farmland with the homestead set far out and away from the highway. The traffic that night was all but non-existent, fortunately, because it was difficult to see well with it raining so hard. I was driving slowly with my low beams because The rain was all I could see with the lights on high, so I had my nose to the windshield, just trying to stay on the road. Just before you enter Davy Crockett National Forest, you come upon Caddo Mounds State Historic Site, which are ancient burial mounds on either side of the road. Right near the entrance to the site, and almost in the roadway, were 4 white-tailed deer behaving very erratically. I came to a full stop, thankful that I'd seen them before I hit one. It was as if they weren't sure where to go. It looked like they were in a hurry to be somewhere, but didn't want to get split up. One would dart one direction and the others would follow, only to stop and change direction again. They seemed to be oblivious to everything around them. I eased past them as quickly as I could because one almost ran into the side of my car. My wife, who was up front in the passenger seat, said, "That was odd." My son was sitting in the middle of the back seat between his 2 sisters. He came to attention when I stopped, wanting to see what was going on. I asked them both to help me watch for more deer because hitting one would have been a disaster in that downpour. My son asked me what the deer were doing out in the rain and why they weren't seeking cover. At the instant I was about to answer, we were now inside DCNF and nearing the Neches River. Something ran out in front of the car on 2 legs, from right to left. My headlights illuminated the lower half of its body, but I could see the silhouette of the upper body as it ran. It was enormous. It happened very quickly, so quickly that I never had time to brake. The strides were so long that I don't think its feet hit the pavement more than twice. I remember that the legs were covered with dark hair, and it seemed to have no ankles. The thickness of the legs was consistent down to its feet. My son immediately turned around to get another look and exclaimed, "What was that?" I said that I didn't know, nor did I wish to know. We discussed it with each other during the remainder of the trip, and with my parents the next day. No one had ever heard of anything like it in that area. Most everyone I told it to believed that the rain had obscured our vision, and it was probably a buck looking for the deer we had passed back down the road. I know what I saw. Deer are not as fast as what crossed the highway that night, and they don't run on 2 legs. One night about 10 years ago, me and my best friend decided to stop by a local hangout of ours in Bowie, Maryland, to smoke a cigarette before he dropped me off at home. We grew up here and spent our early years wandering the railroad tracks and woods, smoking and drinking. So this one spot is a railroad overpass at 450 and 197. There's a parking lot and a small area of grass and trees. About a 30-foot strip of land separates the tracks and the lot. So it's nighttime, and we decide to go there to smoke a cigarette. We go on the tracks and we're facing the parking lot, the overpass to our left and the tracks to our right. This way we're still barely in the glow from the yellow parking lot lights. Now we're smoking and he's talking, but the entire time I'm focused to my right, peering down this track because I have the strangest feeling. I didn't know what it was until later, and it was the feeling of being watched by a predator, which I've never experienced before. After about 2 minutes, we're almost done with our cigarettes, and a helicopter flies right above us, seemingly right at tree level, with the spotlight briefly going right over us, coming from the direction of the overpass. Not 5 seconds later, I hear the gravel shift from between the tracks, and I look towards the overpass. Standing right in the center of the overpass, there's this giant silhouette. Now, since it's dark and it's under the overpass, I can only see its silhouette. It's about 8 or 9 feet tall and burly looking. It appeared as if its head was attached to its torso, completely bypassing any semblance of a neck, the way super jacked dudes look. It was huge, and we only looked at it for about a second before I said, "Let's go, now!" Now we hurriedly started rushing away, and we hear the gravel move closer. And not 3 seconds later, we both hear the most demonic, horrifying, multiple-pitched screech, literally right behind our heads. It came from no more than a foot behind us. So of course we book it to his car, and we didn't even look back because we were too terrified. We could still hear the screams and the gravel getting closer and closer. When we get to his car, we get inside, and his lanyard gets stuck around the steering wheel. So we pull it, and his keys go flying. So he's fumbling around for his keys, and I'm screaming, "Come on, man, let's go!" Finally, he gets them and puts them in the ignition, and we proceed to take off. We drive for around an hour, and the only thing we could say is, "What the hell?" Cut to a week later, we're hanging out with a friend named Andy. Now, Andy spent a lot of time in the woods, and he was telling us about how last week the cops were out in the woods because they had heard screams and thought a woman was being raped. I asked him if there were helicopters out, and he said yes. Then I asked him what day it was, and it turns out it was the very same night of our experience. Before I jump into my story, I'd like to say that my name is Jordan. I'm 23 years old and male. I'm originally from Cali, but now I live in Alabama. The area where I live is densely forested, so I'm surrounded by a lot of trees. Now I think you know enough background for everything to make sense, so without further ado, here's my story. This happened 1 year ago. It was the end of a long and stressful day, and I'd been sitting on my porch, collecting my thoughts. I had my cat Grace and my dog Max with me. I'd found Max on the side of the road in pretty bad condition, so I assumed that his last owners didn't treat him very well. Max is a mix between several different breeds, but I'm not sure which ones. I do know for sure that he has some shepherd in him. He's kind of a grayish black. Grace, on the other hand, I adopted from a pet shelter. She's all white, kind of the opposite, I guess. They're both very friendly towards each other and also people. Anyway, all of a sudden, there was a disgusting odor in the air. The only thing I could liken it to is sour milk. It was so bad and so strong that I had to hold my nose. Immediately, Max and Grace looked up. Max starts barking at something in the trees, and Grace starts hissing at the same time. This was totally out of character for both of them, as they were usually so calm and friendly. This immediately put me on edge, and all the hairs on my body stood on end. As afraid as I was, curiosity eventually got the better of me, and I wanted to know what it was that had them so riled up. So I went a little bit closer. Not too close, but just close enough that I could see a little further into the tree line. I swear, I'm not making this up, but when I looked into the trees, just barely visible, I saw what looked like a person wearing a fur coat. As I looked closer, I realized that it looked like a goat, except that it was standing on its hind legs. It was very tall, maybe 7 feet, and it was looking straight at me. The sour milk odor had grown even stronger. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was frozen in place. Then it took a step towards me. It felt like my heart skipped a beat, and before I know it, I booked it back for the house, running inside and calling Max and Grace in. They wouldn't respond. They just stayed there, locked on that spot, snarling. I'd never seen them like that before. Eventually, I got their attention and they came inside. I locked the door behind me and stayed up the whole night, unable to fall asleep. Now at the time, I had no idea what Goatman was. I just knew that I saw a goat that looked like a man. So that's what I searched on the internet, and then I found out about Goatman. I haven't seen him since or smelled that disgusting odor, but sometimes when I'm out on the porch, Max and Grace do still act a little strange. My name is Max. I was 10 years old when this happened. My mom, dad, and I were living in Georgia, in a house near the woods at the time. Separating the woods and our home was a field. One day in the fall, the weather was particularly nice. My parents decided we were going to eat lunch outside, so we went to the middle of the field. After we finished eating, my parents decided to head back in, but I stayed out to play. They told me not to go too far and packed up our stuff and headed back inside. I was exploring the field, diving in leaves that had fallen off the trees. Before I know it, I looked up and I was closer to the forest than I intended. I could hear the sound of rustling leaves, and then all of a sudden, out of the trees came my father. I was so startled that I jumped backwards, but then he called to me. There was something wrong with his voice, like he was talking with no emotion. It was really weird. I can't really describe it. He said there was something he wanted to show me. I couldn't shake this bad feeling that I had, but I couldn't disobey my dad just because of a feeling. So I followed him closer to the forest. When we were just about to go into the tree line, I heard my dad yell my name from behind me. I turned around and sure enough, he was there. My heart sank, and I turned back around to look at what I had thought was my father in the forest. Whatever it was, it had disappeared. I was confused and scared. I turned back around and ran to my house. My parents asked me what I had been doing, since I'm not allowed to go in the woods alone. I told them everything. They exchanged worried glances and told me it was probably just my imagination. It's been almost 10 years and I still have no idea what I saw that day. From time to time I bring it up to my parents, but they always just get all weird, like they're hiding something. I've done some research online which led me to the Goatman. I'm not saying that's what I saw, but it does seem to fit all the criteria. In 1983, my family and I decided to move from California to the East Coast. We found an inexpensive small beachside cottage in Westport, Connecticut. It had a balcony overlooking the water, with woods in the backyard. My wife, my 3-year-old son, and I were just getting settled into the home. My son's room had a closet with some of the previous owner's things in it, so we left it alone. Right away, we started to notice things missing. My keys went missing mysteriously. 2 days later, I found them at the base of the backyard fence, as if someone had stood at the back step and thrown them there. A couple days later, my wife's purse disappeared and we found it in the closet near our son's room. Also, we noticed that the closet door would never stay closed. No matter how many times we closed it, it was always open in the morning. In the fall of '83, we had a dinner party. I took the dishes and went into the kitchen alone to clean up. As I stood at the counter, I looked out the window and observed something standing by the tree line, looking at the house. It was a creature that stood on 2 legs. It was hairy and had horns that came out of both sides of its head, which came down and went up, almost in a W shape. It also had long, sort of claw-like hands. I turned my head to tell our guests, and when I looked back, the creature was gone. I was so shocked that for weeks I couldn't stop talking about it. I drew it and even told some people at work. One night during this time, I found myself waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of my son crying. When I tried to move, I found that I was paralyzed. I felt an incredible sense of panic and dread come over me. But eventually I managed to crawl out of bed and to the door where I looked down the hallway. This is when I observed something leaning out of my son's room. It came out and stood in the hallway, blocking the light from the living room. It opened its eyes and stared at me. I in turn stared back at it. I was petrified. It was the same horned creature that I had seen a few weeks earlier in the backyard, and it was now standing in my home, right beside my son's bedroom. It turned and bolted right towards where my son was sleeping. It took every ounce of my strength, but I managed to crawl in after it. Only when I looked around, there was nothing there. I noticed that the closet door was open again, and this is when I began to suspect that the creature, whatever it was using that closet. I placed a chair in front of it. This was all very traumatizing for my family, and the next day it was decided that we'd move back to California. That was the last I ever saw of the Goatman, but those memories will haunt me forever. It was 2007, and I was 16. I was with some 16 to 18-year-olds on this fun camping trip out in the woods, behind some of these guys' houses. We picked this spot in the clearing where it would be like a little party kind of a site. I'm not much of a partier. I grew up with that going on all around me, so I tried to avoid it. So we all hung out in this clearing with 3 different tents set up and with a fire pit in the middle. We had planned to spend 4 to 5 days. It was summer vacation, so we didn't have school. I think this was early August. Anyway, we all decided to hang out in the clearing, roasting marshmallows and just having a good time. I sat around making s'mores, and the sun was just beginning to set, and we were all having a good time. At around 7 or so, we heard something moving in the bushes nearby, and someone threw an empty bottle at the bushes. We heard it smash and watched something climb out of the bushes and lumber back into the trees. We thought it was just some psycho person, but everyone got a little bit nervous. Later that night, I was asleep in the tent with 3 other people. The only person I knew was my friend Paul, who invited me along. I remember everything being silent, and then I heard a sort of popping sound by the fire, and we all sat up. Crawling out, we could hear people in the other tent's voices saying, "What the hell was that?" Paul unzipped the tent, and we crawled out. The fire, which we had put out about an hour or 2 ago, was now a roaring blaze. We thought maybe someone poured gasoline all over it and lit a match or a lighter, but we never heard anything. We also hadn't heard anybody running away, which you would think we would have. It was at this point that there was an awful smell, but I had a stuffy nose and couldn't make it out really. It may have been a skunk, but Paul said that it was more like rotten meat. But we hadn't smelled it earlier or since. Some other people began holding their shirts up to their noses, as if a pungent smell had just appeared. We were all a little on edge, but I guess some people agreed, to hell with it, let's just stay here. We hadn't brought any guns to fend ourselves off, but one guy who was about 18 said he had a pocket knife. Our second day here, nothing happened until it became night again. At around 4 a.m., we were all fast asleep and awakened by noises behind our tent. We started to get out when Paul said, "Shut up for a minute." We sat in silence, listening to the noises, which sounded like voices I couldn't make out. The voices seemed to be coming closer to us, and we quietly climbed out of the tent. The voices still approaching our camp, the two other guys in our tent crept to the other tents and woke the other people up, telling them to get the hell out of there. All 13 of us stood quietly listening to the voices, getting louder and closer. At the point where they got to where they were right behind our tent, all of a sudden the voices stopped, but an eerie humming noise was coming from the trees all around us. One of the guys, I think named Ben, who was 17 or 18, walked to about 10 feet from the tree line where the voices had been coming from, and he asked who was there. We waited quietly for a response, but we heard nothing except distant crickets. He walked back to us, and right then we heard the voices moving away, which to me sounded like what Ben had asked, being repeated. But it didn't sound like Ben moving away, almost like something was trying to mimic what he sounded like. I could hear the voice sort of crackly and jumpy, repeating those words as it moved off into the distance. We all got back to our tents but didn't sleep. The next day, someone had left to their house to grab something. They came back a little later with a potato gun, saying they'd shoot the thing bothering our campsite. Around 7 p.m., not really partying, but just huddled around the fire, a girl stood up, looking terrified, so we went over to find out what was wrong. She said that last night, when we were listening to the voices, there was another person with us. Now, there were 13 of us, but she insisted there had been a 14th. We all started to get nervous again, and Ben told us he was going to run back to his house. He and Potato Gun Guy were neighbors, and he said he was going to get his father to come out here with a gun and wait. Someone went with him, and Paul and I were just talking to each other about how we could leave early if things got too crazy, which they were starting to now. We were in the middle of talking about how we should pack up when all of a sudden we saw Ben standing in the woods. It was clearly him, with his blue hoodie and jeans, and he was looking straight at us from about 40 feet away, but we didn't know what the hell he was doing. The person who went with him wasn't standing next to him. It was just him, standing alone, watching us. It was a 25-minute walk back to his house, but he couldn't have been back 5 minutes later. Everyone got really uncomfortable and people started yelling, "Hey Ben, what are you doing?" But he just kept watching us. We watched as he seemed to slink back into the trees. By now, people were scared out of their minds, and I was too. Why was Ben being a prick and just staring at us and not doing anything? We decided to pile into one tent and wait. A short while later, Ben turned up with his dad, and The other person that went with him and his dad was holding a hunting rifle. Ben told him what happened with the voices, and his dad walked that way into the trees and took a look around. He said it felt like eyes were watching him from every direction. Paul then told Ben's dad that we had just seen another Ben standing in the woods, staring right at us. Ben's dad walked over there and looked around too. He came back and said that he'd stay with us for a while. He slept in Ben's tent. It was our third night there, and it was really creepy. We quietly listened for it, being anywhere nearby. Paul had a funny look in his eyes and started sweating. He told me later that while we were all sitting around, he saw a strange figure moving through the woods, moving its arms around in a strange jumpy motion. Around 2 a.m., we were all going to get ready for bed, and then we heard it. It was saying something in a high voice. It sounded like it was saying, "Who's there?" completely mimicking what Ben had said the night before. Ben's dad tried to pinpoint where the voice was coming from and fired a shot into the trees. That gunshot was loud. Right after, we could hear a creepy chanting like a male voice. I was scared. Paul was scared. Everyone was. The chanting sounded like a deep voice chanting, so not multiple people. Underneath the chanting, we could hear some mumbling noises. Again, another shot was fired, but I saw what Ben's dad was shooting at. It was a figure crouched low by some bushes. It looked like a direct hit, but the figure didn't move. Instead, it stood up, sort of hunched over, and moved back into the forest. We raced back into our tents, and I could hear crying and moaning coming from right behind our tent. All four of us in the tent were getting scared, and then I could kind of smell a strong vinegar smell that was very powerful. Then I noticed what looked like fingertips moving along the tent wall and to the door, and then moving down the zipper to grab the part you used to open it. Paul dove over to the zipper and held it down as whoever or whatever tried to pull it open. Paul and one other guy in the tent started yelling, "Who's out there?" And after a minute, we could hear a screeching noise as this thing took off into the darkness. We decided to ditch the place on the 4th and 5th day, so we took off in the morning. Here's the scariest experience of that night. At 3:45 a.m., I had to go pee. Because of what had just occurred, I decided I wasn't getting out of the tent, and maybe I could stick my bird out of a small zipper opening. But then I pictured whatever that thing was out there, biting or ripping my thing off. So I decided to open up the tent and slither outside just slightly and pee to the side of the door. As soon as I was finished, I noticed someone by the furthest tent away. I grabbed my flashlight beside my pillow and turned it on and shined it towards the person. It looked like Paul, back facing me, hunched over by the tent. But Paul was right beside me, sleeping in the tent. I crawled back inside, but kept my light shined on the other Paul. I whispered, "Paul, wake up." And the moment he did, I looked outside to see the other Paul stand up and turn, facing toward me, and stare right at me. I dove back in and leapt under my sleeping bag, huddling there awake as I explained to Paul what I had just seen. I guess at one point in the night, I was facing another way and was freaking out, but one of the other guys in the tent said he woke up, eyes still half closed as he rolled over, and he could see the other Paul looking through the tent, the part of the flap that I didn't close. He thought it was just Paul coming to wake them up, but realized the real Paul was asleep, right beside him. We immediately packed up and left. So I guess that's the creepiest thing that happened to me. I don't exactly know where this forest was. It was on private property. But damn, it was scary. On Saturday night, my roommate Lauren, her boyfriend Max, and I were eating takeout and watching random YouTube videos. Aliens, conspiracy theories, stuff like that. Max put on a Jeff the Killer video, and this kick-started us watching a bunch of creepypastas. Eventually, we began to watch the one about Goatman. I was on the edge of my seat, engrossed in the best creepypasta I'd heard since The Slender Man. However, halfway through the video, my friend Lauren said in a terrified whisper, "Please turn that off." So I closed the video. It wasn't unusual for Lauren to get a little freaked out. However, when I looked at her tear-streaked face, every inch of her body was vibrating with tension. Her fingernails dug so hard into her hands that she drew blood. It literally took half an hour to bring her out of her petrified state. When she was reasonably calmer, in her bed, cocooned in the safety of her blankets, I asked her what was wrong. What follows is an accurate account of what Lauren told me on Saturday night. When I was 15, my parents decided to get divorced. In all honesty, I was relieved after living for months in an unhappy home. Mom and I were going to keep the house, and Dad was going to find somewhere new. In order to give him some time to find a new place, my mom decided to fly out to her hometown in Texas and stay with her sister for a month. I was given the option of going with Mom or staying at home in London with Dad. I decided to go to Texas with Mom as I had never visited the USA before. My aunt had twins a year younger than I and lived in a farmhouse with many acres of land. I figured I'd have an amazing summer with my cousins, exploring and going on adventures. We arrived and my Aunt Jess was lovely. She had the same blonde hair and voluminous figure as my mom. My cousins Hank and Courtney were lanky blonde bundles of energy. The three of us got along really well, in the beginning anyway. The first few days were spent swimming in the lake on their land, eating, having picnics of tuna fish sandwiches and Reese's Pieces for lunch. We were exploring the attic one afternoon when we came across a tent. I immediately suggested we should have a camp out. This thrilled the twins, who suggested we camp by the lake. I disagreed. We always play at the lake. There was a massive woodland less than 10 minutes from the house. Why don't we camp in the woods? Hank and Courtney looked at each other and burst into hysterical laughter. Then they turned their freckled faces towards me, looking grave. "Those woods are haunted," Courtney stated. "Yeah," Hank agreed. "Everyone knows that." This only made me want to camp in the haunted woodland more, but Hank and Courtney refused. After days of pestering, they agreed to explore the woods during daylight, so one day following lunch, we headed into the woods. It was cool in the wood. The trees offered excellent protection from the heat. A narrow dirt path snaked through the trees, so for a while we stuck to the path, venturing further and further into the woods. "But let's not go too far in," Courtney kept repeating. At some point, Hank saw a tree swing just slightly off the path and sprinted towards it. I sprinted after him, and reluctantly, Courtney did too. "Climb on," Hank gestured towards the swing, and I clambered on board. He began to push me so high. I was laughing hysterically, feeling free as a bird. Hank and Courtney laughed too, and soon all of Courtney's fear was thrown right out the window. She was giggling. "My turn next, my turn next." Then, we heard a rustling in the bushes. Heart racing, I dismounted the swing. "What was that noise?" asked Courtney, fear creeping back into her voice. "Just an animal," Hank said. He didn't sound so sure. The air was filled with a horrible smell, kind of like sour milk. We all covered our mouths and noses with our hands, and Courtney gagged a little. "Let's get out of here," I said, a sickening feeling in the pit of my stomach. The smell followed us all along the path, and every once in a while, we'd hear a rustle or the snap of a branch from within the depths of the forest. "Just an animal," Hank kept muttering. I couldn't shake that feeling that we were being watched, so towards the end of the path, I grabbed both Hank and Courtney's hands, and together we sprinted home. We all agreed we'd never go back into the woods again. 2 nights later, I was in bed, drifting off to sleep on the sofa bed in the basement, which had long ago been converted into an awesome game room with a pool table, TV, and sound system. The basement stairs were really creaky, and I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. I sat up, and there was Courtney at the foot of the stairs. This wasn't unusual, as many nights when Courtney couldn't sleep, she'd wander down to the basement, and we'd cozy up in the sofa bed together and watch movies until we drifted. "Not tonight, Courtney," I told her. "I'm dead beat." "Dead beat?" she repeated. There was that smell again, like sour milk. "Yeah, you know, tired." "My turn next," she said, and I noticed there was something weird about her voice. Each word was drawn out, like she was just learning to speak. Her pitch was off too, way too shrill. I flipped on the lamp next to my mattress to get a better look at her, and her eyes were blank and emotionless, just staring right through me. A chill crept over me as she staggered, like a baby learning to walk, over to the sofa and sat herself down on it. "Are you okay?" I asked her. "Okay," she repeated in that same off-canter voice. Then her whole body started to shake and convulse. I sprinted out of the basement to my aunt's room and started to batter on her bedroom door. She appeared moments later, eyes full of sleep, dressed in a pink robe. "Lauren," she sounded annoyed, but then must have seen the terror in my face. "Lauren, is everything okay?" Her tone now alarmed. "Courtney's in the basement. I think she's having a seizure." The commotion had risen Hank from his bed, and the 3 of us ran down to the basement. Only, when we got there, Courtney was gone. The sour smell still lingered in the air. We ran back upstairs, calling out Courtney's name. She appeared moments later, dressed in pajamas, not the shorts and tee I'd seen her wear only moments before. "What the hell is going on?" Courtney asked, both confusion and annoyance in her voice. My aunt explained to her what I had told her. If this is a joke, Lauren, it's not funny. Courtney turned on me. Waking me from bed at 2 a.m. is one thing. How dare you wake my mom? But, my aunt interjected. Courtney, your cousin's going through a difficult period right now. Divorce isn't easy. Go easy on her. I tried to defend what I saw, but it was no use. They all looked at me like I was a raving lunatic. I returned to the basement and sat awake all night with the light on. The next day, my cousins were super frosty with me, and my mom gave me a lecture about playing pranks on the family. I was so confused. Were the twins pranking me? If so, it was a super cruel joke. It didn't seem like their style. And maybe I had dreamed the whole incident. A few nights later, I was in bed asleep when I was awakened by a piercing scream. Courtney's scream. I sprinted from the basement to where my mom, Aunt, Hank, and Courtney were all gathered in the upstairs landing. You, Courtney thrust her finger at me, shaking like a leaf. Me, I said dumbly. I woke up and she was standing over my bed staring at me. It was really creepy. She just kept repeating, Courtney, 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 in a scary voice. When I screamed, she ran away. Now I was sure Courtney was the one playing pranks on me, and I wasn't going to let her get me in any more trouble. BS. It slipped out, and my mom gave me a sharp slap from my tongue. My Aunt Jess rounded on me. BS, huh? I saw you sprinting down the stairs wearing the very same nightshirt you're wearing now. That's impossible. Are you calling your aunt a liar? My mom demanded. No, but... I trailed off while my family all glared at me. I'm so sorry, Jessica. Mom apologized on my behalf. I won't have your daughter terrorize my kids, Aunt Jess replied, hands on her hips. We left Texas and flew back to England the following day, 2 weeks early. My mom keeps in touch with Jess. I've tried emailing Hank and Courtney, but they never respond. That bridge is forever burned. Since then, I'd convinced myself the whole situation was a weird prank Courtney played on me that got out of hand. That was until I heard the story of the Goatman. Now I think the whole situation was something much more sinister. Max and I are completely sure Lauren is being truthful. She's not the type to make up ghost stories, and if you guys had seen the fear in her eyes, you'd all be convinced too. Max and I have convinced her to reach out to Hank and Courtney. If the Goatman still haunts the woods by their house, he could easily strike again. Lauren has asked them if the three of us can fly out to Texas and investigate. We're awaiting a response. My grandfather told me a story once, as we sat around a campfire in his backyard, in the cool night of the Arizona desert. The horizon was clear, and each star twinkled in a purple sky, with a full fat moon hanging low over the mountains. His voice was raspy and gravely, the result of a lifetime of smoking cigars and drinking whiskey. The fire danced and shined across his wide, dark eyes as he settled into his seat, ready to tell his story. Way back when I was a boy, about your age, he began, I lived outside an Apache reservation with your great-grandfather. He had returned from the war and set about raising horses and cattle on a 100-acre ranch settled between a brambly mountainside, with dirt good for growing thorn brush and not much else. One night, my mother was sick, and Pa and I took a trip to town, about 50 miles away, straight through a dry desert, over a washed-out creek and some old abandoned farmsteads. The fire sparked and a log cracked, jolting me out of the story. "What's next?" I asked. "Settle down, boy. You'll hear soon enough." Pa and I were driving in an old Ford pickup truck. I remember it was dark out, inky and thick, with only the lights of our old truck lighting up the road. I remember too when the engine began to sputter and the truck slowed to a jerky stop. "God damn it," Pa said, guiding the Ford to the side of the road. As it coasted to a halt, "Stay here, son," as he stepped out into the darkness, shutting the door with a heavy thud. My window was down, and the cool desert air was breezy and felt good on my hot face and neck. Pa was getting water from the back to cool the engine, and that's when I smelled it. Rotten eggs. Strange, I thought, to smell sulfur in the desert. My nose also picked up carrion, like one of them dead bloated cattle that would drop from the heat and lay there until the crows pecked enough holes in their hide to cause the whole thing to explode. It stunk and I gagged. My skin started to tingle too. The back of my neck felt itchy and my face started to get hot. The wind stopped blowing and hung still and heavy, with the stink filling the cab. "Pa," I called. "Pa! Pa!" No answer. My heart started beating, and I felt such a fear in me, in my bones, in my chest. Boy, I tell you, I never felt fear like this. Not until Vietnam. Not until I saw young men dying around me. I locked the door and reached over for my pa's door and saw a shadow bound across the road, through both dim beams of light, across the partly open domed hood. Grandfather paused. He spit a fat wad of tobacco spit to his side, and he looked pensively into the darkness. I realized I was holding my breath and gasped for air. The night was cool, but I was sweating and clammy. "Well, what happened? What about your father? What did you see?" He sighed. "A creature." He shook his head. "You have to understand. There were legends, old legends, older than the rock cairns out in the valley, older still than Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull, than the old Indian chiefs and their shamans, the Apache and Hopi and Cherokee, and all of them old tribes and First Peoples. They told tales, old stories about dark Indian magic, a deal made with the old spirits of blood sacrifice to gain power, old power, enough to fight each other and the Spaniards, and later the white men that came from their land and women they called them." He paused. Grandfather took a deep breath and bodied forth into his tale. Across the fire and the sky, the desert, the creek, the moon, the sun, and old mountains, he bodied forward. They call them skinwalkers, shape changers, old warriors resurrected as skinless men, all sinew and muscle, walking on deer legs, with the torso of a man and the head of a coyote. But messed up, boy. Long and malformed snouts, teeth like a bowie knife, long arms, and standing 7 foot, hunched over. They'd gut the old cowboys and white riders. They'd run through bullets and sabers, part the Spanish armor like it was a potato sack. Wily, too. They could change their voice to match a person you knew or might know. Boy, that's what I saw. Big and fast, only for a second. It ran across the road. Gray and mottled. Muscle flexing under its legs. Hooves clomping on the road. Stringy, muscled, hunched shoulders. And it turned. Looked right into the cab. Looked right into my eyes. And I swear, boy, I swear, it grinned at me. I sank into my seat, in shock, in fear, shaking. I knew death was near. The air was electric. I smelled ozone and brimstone. The air felt like right before the lightning comes and blows a tree to smithereens. Charged and full with power. I yelled for my paw, but no words came out, just a dry squeak. I was shaking, as Grandfather told his story. He was still here, so I know he lived, but the supernatural always fascinated me, and even now, I felt the force of his words. The real power of skinwalkers was trickery. Sure, they could change their voices, but also their skin. That's why the gods took their hide, so they could take others. Not for long, the legends say, maybe an hour, before the soul of the skin they wore would come looking for their mortal shell, before going to whatever hell awaited them. Though I think that getting skinned alive was hell enough. A minute passed in what felt like a lifetime, 1 second in 1,000 years. My father's door opened and I jerked my head to the left, putting my fists up to fend off attack. "Son, it's me," my father said, before climbing into the cab. He grasped the steering wheel and pulled himself in awkwardly, jerking himself into the seat. I cringed into the corner. I looked at him. I looked hard. "Boy, your great-grandfather was a good man, treated me and my ma right. He fought the Nazis and saw the worst of man in Poland when he freed all them camps. And now I was taking his measure. Is this my father? Do I make a run, or do I die? Is it him, or not? Let's go get that medicine for your ma," as he pulled the truck into gear and pulled it out onto the road, and our trip resumed. I guess it was him, after all. "But how did you know? Was it because he said something about your mom?" "No, boy. I knew because out the window, out of the corner of my eye, I seen that beast running 50 miles an hour, right next to the car, looking at me with them yellow eyes and grinning mouth. I looked and saw it, hunched and angry, running next to us, boy. My paw kept his eyes on the road, locked straight forward. "Son," he said, "don't look at it. Don't look at it." That's how I knew, boy. I've had a draft of this story set up for a while, but I've been too worried and scared to tell. It made me question everything. My faith, my eyes, my sanity. I've decided it's time to finally let others know what I've experienced, as it may help me move on. At least that's what I hope. I recently moved westward to Arizona from the boring state of Oklahoma. I'm a devout Christian, and never once before this had I believed there were entities in existence that we couldn't hunt down with our modern advancements. It's 2019, for heaven's sake. You'd figure if we wanted to find something, we would, and most of all, we could. It was the 23rd of December, 2018. I was in Payson, Arizona, a bit north of Phoenix. My friends and I, in our Christmas spirit, decided to head out north of town, about 5 to 6 miles or so into the forest, on a secluded trail. It was cold that night. Some of my friends shivered and displayed obvious signs of unpreparedness. I was layered fairly well, and yet the winds and frigid cold punctured through my layers and onto me. We wanted to make a bonfire, warm up, enjoy ourselves, and have a few drinks. I knew as soon as I got into the car to head that way, something was off. I felt sick, uneasy, and something in my gut told me that I should just stay home. But I couldn't put my finger on just what, and so I ignored my ever-so-looming feelings of anxiety. We picked up friends and headed to the trail. I'm a huge nature lover, and always felt safe in the confines of the forest. I felt in control, at ease, but not tonight. It may sound cliche, but I'll be damned if it didn't feel like someone or something was watching me when we finally got there. And when I'd gotten far enough down the trail that turning back would be no hasty endeavor, it finally hit me why I felt so eerie. That same year, during the weeks prior to Thanksgiving, I was here before. It's not a spot we usually go to. Therefore, I wasn't familiar with it, nor were my friends. We were coming out for the same reason we were in December, for a couple drinks around a bonfire. It was late. I, however, hadn't had any spirits that night. It was my job to gather firewood. I didn't mind. My chance to survey and explore the area around us wouldn't be bad. Before I even left our area, things took a turn for the strange. I was at the edge of the light being cast from the small bonfire I was to gather more fuel for. In the faint glow of the far trees, I caught a glimpse of something dart behind a tall pine. I asked backwards to my friends if it was out of the ordinary for people to be hanging around this spot. My query was only met with silence from them as they drank on. I took a few more steps beyond the comfort of the blaze, keeping my eyes fixed on the tall, shadowy figure fixated behind the tall trees. I could faintly make out that it had moved in a slight bobbing motion, like a buoy upon a tide. My immediate thoughts drew a blank as to why someone would be out here doing this. Maybe I was seeing things, or it was a prank of some sort. I opened my mouth to call out, or even crack a joke, but was mortified when I realized I couldn't speak. Something inside me prevented me from making any noise. My heart raced. As it swiftly came, it shot off into the distance, like a bullet. Being startled so badly, I fell back onto the ground and kicked myself back like a spooked animal, scratching and cutting my hands as I did so. My friends saw me and laughed, thinking I was drunk. I managed to stammer out a line about what I saw, but was only met with a few blank stares and laughs, making me sound stupid. For the rest of the night, I never dared to step away from the beams of the bonfire. As I walked down the trail that frigid December evening, I remember what I had seen and felt on that cold November night, and my stomach dropped. My friends were slurring out Christmas carols and other drunk epiphanies. I know they wouldn't listen to me even if I spoke out, so I ignored the guttural feelings, prayed for the best, and walked on. I hadn't been drinking much this night either. I don't enjoy alcohol as much as my friends, and often I was the one responsible for herding them home when the night was over. However, to calm my tense nerves, I had a drink or two from some Jaeger we had chilled in the ice chest. It was Christmas after all. It worked. We were all having a good time, enjoying our festive feelings and generally savoring the crisp forest atmosphere. Soon, nature called, and forgetting my prior ordeal, I began to walk away from the fire to relieve myself. I walked a fair 300 or so feet towards a big rock resting behind some fallen trees, not wanting to be seen doing my business. I wasn't even far enough away from the fire to not be able to hear my friends' voices echoing through the woodlands. From behind me, my friend Corbin, who had come along, called out my name. I'll admit, I was tipsy, but nowhere near enough to not differentiate reality from a drunken stupor. I remember calling out to him, telling him to give me a moment to finish. I zipped up and turned to walk around to the rock, where I heard him wonder to. I don't know what it was, but sure as all heaven above and hell below, it was not Corbin. It took me a minute for my woozy mind to put this together and stop walking towards it. I'm thankful I did. This being stood tall, at least 6 to 7 feet. Its eyes burned like fire. It moved from a dog-like 4-limb position to standing tall. The light from the moon on this cold night radiated the body, showing off its dark, slender shape with an inhumane sheen. I began to sob violently. My mind ran in panicked circles. Seconds felt like lifetimes as my world ground to a screeching halt at the clawed feet of the beast that I was sure was going to take my life right then and there. I did the only thing I could think to do. I dropped to my knees and began to pray. This monster, to my petrified brain, had to have been the devil himself. To imagine him anything worse than it would be impossible. It did not like my pleas to God. An unholy shriek of what I can only think to describe as someone screaming loudly with lungs full of water rang out. I screamed in terror, and with all the strength I could muster, lunged backwards across the forest floor, running as fast as my legs could take me. I fell a few times, I think in sheer panic. I just couldn't manage to get my body to work properly, knowing that thing was near. When I returned in a panicked craze to the fire, covered in sweat, dirt, and tears, I managed to wheeze out what happened somewhat through my sobs of fear. I could tell they doubted whether or not what I was desperately stammering was real or not. I think I was so horrified in that moment that I had a small seizure, because everything else is a blur. I remember going to the truck, leaving. I remember waking up the next day, receiving a multitude of texts saying I was either stupid or crazy, or texts from worried friends asking if I was okay. And I also remember the last I saw of that thing before I made my frenzied flee, when it smiled back at me through the forest and skittered off into the darkness. A few days after Christmas, I was able to get in touch with a native elder here in town. I was so scared mentioning the event because I was worried of being mocked or him not believing me. To a twist of my thinking, I told him very vividly what I had encountered. He wholeheartedly believed and told me it was a skinwalker. He then blessed me thoroughly and told me to leave that stretch of land alone and to never venture out there again. Next time, I might not be so lucky. He didn't have to tell me twice. I know I sound crazy. If I were you, I wouldn't believe me either. But you don't have to. All you have to know is, for the love of God above and all things holy, never forget that we're not alone on this earth. Sometimes during the night, whenever I look out my window, I catch sight of eyes in the trees, looking back at me. Growing up, I lived in northeastern Arizona, literally about 5 miles south of the Navajo Reservation in Winslow. Naturally, being that close to the reservation, or the res, skinwalkers were a huge topic of conversation amongst the locals, and we all took it very seriously. Stories of personal experiences abounded. I was no different. Well, to start off my set of stories, I was about 9 or so. My family had gone camping in a little spot about 50 miles or so south of town called Hart Canyon, near Wiggins Crossing, if anyone's interested. We'd been there all day, and I was extremely familiar with the area as we'd camped there 20 or so times before. So my parents let me just wander about, alone in the woods. This was back in the early 90s. Anyway, I had some G.I. Joes that I'd been playing with in the nearby creek, about 80 yards from our campsite. There weren't any other campers there with us. My mom had called me back to camp for dinner, so I left and ate. I played around camp for a while and realized that I'd forgotten my toys back at the creek. So I took a flashlight and headed back that way. I knew right where I had left them, so in no time I found them and grabbed them up. As I was squatted down to grab them on the edge of the water, a sudden urgency that I had never felt before ran down my spine. I remember feeling frozen because of the fear, like the little boy on E.T. when the alien comes out of the field for the first time and he's trying to scream for his family. I looked up and pointed my flashlight to the other side of the creek, and about 10 yards down the way, I saw something. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it was standing up. So I thought it may be a bear, but it was too skinny and not enough poofy hair. It sunk behind a tree and peered out slightly at me. I seriously was too scared to move. I'd just read a bit about Bigfoot for the first time, since it wasn't really popular in my area. I thought for a long time that that's what I'd seen. I finally had seen enough to gather my wits and scram as fast as I could back to camp. I told my parents, and they kind of dismissed it as my imagination. So I just stayed close for the rest of the trip. About 2 years later, I was at my house. I had 2 dogs. They were outside dogs. They lived their whole lives in my backyard. One night, they went psycho, barking at first at something in the alley behind my house. Then they both started whimpering. I had my window open slightly, and one of the dogs straight up jumped up to the window, frantically chewed through the screen of the window, and forced its way into the house. It wouldn't leave the house for 3 days. Another time when I was about 13, we used to play night games in the town. Mostly there being not much else to do, we'd walk around our neighborhood and act suspicious so the cops would come chase us around. And we'd run down the alleyways and hop into random folks' backyards to hide. Now, it was extremely common to see an intoxicated Navajo or Hopi in the alley or the street, so it was no big deal to see one in the alley behind my house that night, as we being 2 of my friends and myself, ran from a police car hot on our tail. We saw him plain as day standing in our way. We ran around him and jumped into the nearest yard to hide. We waited for the cop to pass us and hopped back out. Literally about 3 minutes went by. We ran back the way we came, and as we got to the point where the Indian had been, he was gone. Legit, in his place, was a coyote sitting there watching us. We ran right past it, feet from it. And anyone who knows coyotes knows they will bail out way before you get close to them. This bugger held his ground and calmly sat and watched us run past him. We all freaked out and stayed inside for a month. My last experience was when I was about 15 or 16. My brother has a girlfriend that lived in a small community south of Winslow called Starlight Pines. About 25 miles-ish. Well, we went to go see her one day, and as we drove out, about 15 miles or so out, we saw an Indian guy standing on the side of the road, which was quite odd because the res was north of town, and it was rare to see anyone on foot south of town because it's just desert and forest for literally 80 miles. Anyway, we see this guy. He looked normal enough. Flannel shirt, jeans. We got to our destination and hung out with my brother's girlfriend and her family well into the night when we decided to head back home. We hopped in his truck, a Chevy S10, and drove back the way we had come. In the same spot, we saw the Indian dude. He was still there. I remember thinking, that dude is crazy standing out there all day and into the night. What's he doing? Right as we passed him, we hear a loud bang on the back of the truck. At first, I thought we hit an animal, but I hadn't felt anything that we'd run over. I turned around and looked out the back window. My brother started to slow down, thinking there may be something wrong with the truck. In the brake lights, I see the Indian guy chasing after us. We were easily going 55 to 60 at this point, as we were about to stop. The guy is in the road, feet behind us. I scream at my brother to not stop. "Gun it, man, gun it!" He does, and being a Chevy S10, it had a speed governor on it at 80. 2 miles. 2 miles this guy keeps up with us. We're seriously freaking out. I asked my brother, what if we don't make it back to town? Or what about when we have to slow down once we get close? After those 2 miles that stretched forever, I looked back and he was gone. We got home, booked it into the house, and told our parents. The next morning, I get up and head somewhere and look at my brother's truck, thinking about the night before. I wondered what the loud bang was just before we started getting chased. Inspecting the truck, I found a handprint smeared in the dust from about 2/3 over to the right, then smeared to the right taillight. I never went there again. My father owns a small delivery service that operates out of Farmington, New Mexico. We mostly deliver small packages out to the middle of nowhere that are too much of a hassle for larger delivery companies to bother with. My dad is the only employee, and we have a few pickup trucks and a trailer. One day we got a delivery out to Window Rock, Arizona, on the Navajo Reservation about 2 hours from Farmington. My dad got the call for the job while he was chilling with his Navajo friend, Travis, and his girlfriend. Travis mentioned how he had family in Window Rock that he hadn't seen in ages and suggested that we go with him. I was about 6 or 7 at the time, and it was summertime, so my dad decided we'd go down together. He could do his delivery really quickly, then while Travis saw his family, we could go check out the Window Rock, a big rock face with a large hole in it that went to the other side. We had to convoy in separate trucks since my dad's was loaded down with freight. We decided to bring along some walkie-talkies so we could communicate with one another. We spent our time in Window Rock. Everything was generally uneventful, and we started heading back home along the old highway with my dad and I in the front, and Travis and his girlfriend in their truck behind us. I honestly don't remember most of the Window Rock trip, but this next part I can never forget. We were somewhere on the highway between Window Rock and Gallup, New Mexico. It had just rained earlier in the day and the road was kind of slick, so we were taking it pretty slowly. On the left of the highway there was nothing but sandstone cliffs, and on the right there was a huge field separated from the road by a small barbed wire fence. We crested the top of the hill, and down at the bottom of the hill we saw what appeared to be a very large dog, sitting back on its haunches in the middle of the road, facing the cliffs. My dad called over the radio, "Hey Trav, do you see that huge dog?" Travis started yelling back over the radio, "That's not a dog. Speed up right now and hit it." He sounded almost hysterical. He just kept screaming, "You have to hit it. Please. Hit that thing right now." So my dad started to speed up, and as we got a bit closer, I could begin to see it a little more clearly. It's covered in this brown, wiry, matted hair that appeared to have dried blood all over it. It was still facing the cliffs, but the moment our headlights hit it, it turned and looked at us, and it had a face. Look, I don't know how else to describe it other than a mix between a bear's and a human's face. It looked twisted and distorted and almost in pain. As we got closer to this thing, we started to realize how big it actually was. Though it was still sitting on its haunches, it was about shoulder height with the hood of the truck. We got literally inches from hitting it when it let out this scream. It sounded like someone screaming as their lungs were filling with water, and it leapt backwards towards the field, landing just on our side of the barbed wire fence. Then, with another leap, it was gone from sight. Travis came over the radio again. "Keep driving. We have to get out of here. We have to go faster." He kept repeating that last part. Pretty soon we were speeding like crazy, and just as we started to come near the outskirts of Gallup, we got pulled over. Travis pulled his truck over with us. Naturally, this made the cop, a Navajo man himself, very on edge, and he immediately asked why Travis felt the need to pull over as well. Travis said, "We just saw a skinwalker a few miles back and it's been following us." The officer immediately turned white, stammered something about a verbal warning, and got in his car and took off. We did the same. We didn't see anything else that night, but when we got home, Travis refused to let us leave without taking some kind of Navajo totem thing that was supposed to keep it away. Anybody that has been on the Navajo reservation has either probably heard of some creepy things or experienced them themselves, namely skinwalkers. I've only seen one. Here is my story. I come from a small town in northern Arizona that's sandwiched between the Paiute Reservation to the north and the U.S.'s largest Navajo reservation to the south. My high school being so small, a 1A high school that has, on average, 80 students enrolled every year, we always had to travel south about 5 to 10 hours one way to play another high school in any sport. This means that we traveled a lot on the Navajo res, and we also usually stayed at hotels when we would head out to play and come home in the morning, but this trip was a little bit different. I remember the basketball coach saying that the school didn't have enough money to put up the teams in a hotel, so we were going to have to be on the road for a total of about 12 hours. I was the only male senior to play basketball that season. We had just got done playing our game and headed home on our bus, Big Blue. We were headed out, and it wasn't long about 2 hours of driving before we had entered the res. By this time, everyone was asleep, with it being about 2 in the morning. When we had crossed the res's border, I noticed the bus driver had sped up and was now going about 85 miles per hour. I thought this was a little weird because he usually never exceeded the speed limit, at least not in my high school career. For some reason, I couldn't fall asleep like the rest of my teammates, and I just sat at the back of the bus staring out across the desolate desert landscape, lit up by the full moon. As I looked down, I could see a figure running towards the bus at an angle of pursuit and keeping up with the bus at 85 miles per hour. As the figure got closer, I saw that it was a humanoid form. As a matter of fact, it looked exactly like a human, except that the face was painted half black and half white, with glowing eyes. Glowing eyes like a rabbit's eyes reflecting light from a spotlight. I immediately thought, holy crap, it's a skinwalker. The skinwalker ran up to the edge of the road and just kept up pace with the bus, hurtling sagebrush and rocks while staring at me. After I made eye contact with the thing, I could not look away. It was as if something was holding my head and eyes in place. The skinwalker just smiled at me, this inhuman smile that went ear to ear, showing a mouthful of crooked, yellow, pointed teeth. I felt like I was going to throw up, and I was panicking through the whole ordeal. The skinwalker started to crumple down onto all fours, still keeping up with the bus. I could see its bones crack and reform. Hair started appearing all over the skinwalker's body, and in about 3 seconds, it was now a coyote, and it ran off back into the desert, out of view. As soon as it was gone, I ran to the onboard bathroom and puked a mixture of food and blood. I didn't want to tell anyone for fear they would think I was crazy, but I confided in my Navajo friend. She told me that I needed to see the chief, who also happened to be a friend of mine, and get a blessing. I saw him the next school day in the parking lot. He just came up to me and mumbled something in Navajo while waving a feathered scepter-like thing. He turned around, got in his truck, and drove away. To this day, I haven't seen another skinwalker. It might be due to the fact that I moved away from the town and res, and if I do have to go south, I go around, way around. As many of you might already know, many Navajo people, including my own family, are very reluctant to speak about skinwalkers because it's believed to attract their attention. Well, I, however, grew up away from the Navajo Nation and was very naive about the subject. When it came to skinwalkers, I was an absolute skeptic. My mom used to tell a story of how, back in the 80s, when she lived with her siblings and my grandparents, still in Shiprock but the southern outskirts, about how she and my aunt saw a skinwalker just outside their driveway under a streetlight. She described it as a black dog with dirty fur, a twisted noodle-like front leg, and these unnatural eyes with a soft, burnt orange glow. Me, being my own closed-minded self, doubted every word, but I never said my doubts aloud. But these doubts totally changed last year when I went to my grandparents' house in October. Me and my family had just left the carnival at the Navajo Nation Fair and called it a night. The house was close enough to where we could walk home in just 10 minutes, so we did. When we got there, it was about 9 at night, and we stayed up until 2, catching up about family affairs and local news. It was during that time that I just decidedly opened my mouth and blurted out the question, "Hey, are skinwalkers real, guys?" I asked. "You shouldn't be speaking about that," my grandma said with an almost disturbed yell in her voice. So she and my grandfather both decided to go to bed. After being scolded by my mom, one of my aunts chimed in with a very cautious tone and said, "They're real, all right." Had a few start screaming outside of my trailer in Farmington just a few nights ago. Your cousin had nightmares the whole night and woke up crying that morning. Not wanting to push the discomfort any farther, we all decided to go to bed. Now the trailer/home is pretty old and it was a really nice night, so we slept with the windows open with screens to prevent bugs from coming in. Everyone had drifted off to sleep except me because my mind was still going a million miles a minute about skinwalkers, and I wondered if I'd ever encounter one while here on the reservation. As a kid, I was told it's taboo to think about skinwalkers because it can still call their attention. That's when things went totally haywire. Just as I was settling and finally getting relaxed for sleep, I started to hear something moving outside. I got up from the couch and started wandering over to the kitchen window. In the trailer, all of the rooms have the lights out, so the only visible light that can be seen is from the porch light out front. I was thankful for this because I told myself if it really was a skinwalker outside, then hopefully it wouldn't notice me seeing it. So I mustered up the courage and took a quick scan of outside. From the porch light, all I could see was the dusty ground and the vehicles that my family drove, along with some old metal trash cans that stood beside the road. Looking for about a good 5 seconds, I wasn't able to see anything, so I was getting ready to turn around and walk back to bed. I was thinking it was just a stray cat or something. I had only taken 2 steps, and I heard what sounded like a distorted scream coming from outside, definitely close by. Fear rising, I looked outside again, and there I saw it. A coyote-like figure was staring in my direction from behind the cars, just outside of the reach of the porch light. Only it looked awfully wrong and gave off an evil vibe just from seeing it. It was gray with very disheveled hair, and a horrific orange-red soft glow came from its eyes. I hopped out and ran back to the bedroom. It was at this moment I began to notice an awful stench in the air that smelled like rotting meat. I started trying to wake up my mom, who was like, "Oh my God, it's almost 3 a.m. What do you want?" I immediately began in a shaken voice, "There's something scary outside." Then she said, being annoyed because I woke her up, "It's probably just a stray animal or something. It's the res. Animals wander all the time at night." She clearly wasn't taking me seriously, so I told her, "Mom, please, I really need you." That got her attention. "What are you talking about?" she said. Then we heard it. The thing outside started making more of its dreadful screams and started what sounded like thrashing outside on the ground. "Hear that? That's what I'm talking about." So both her and I got back up and looked outside the window, and the coyote thing was making its way to the door. It walked with an odd limp and dragged its back right leg as if it was handicapped. We could hear it start to scratch against the door and make this odd muffled moaning sound. My mom went and got my dad, and they both started shouting in Navajo all sorts of words, telling the thing to go away and saying it's not welcome here. All this commotion was enough to get the rest of the trailer up as they came out into the hallway. The only thing my mom did was turn to them and said, "Skinwalker," while proceeding to point to the door. Apparently, they already knew exactly what to do as my grandfather got out a handgun from a drawer and a bag of ashes. He coated a few bullets and loaded them into the gun and went straight to the door. Yelling out more Navajo that was far too fast for me to comprehend, he swung the door open and fired twice. Nothing. The thing managed to escape before my grandpa could put a bullet in it. "That's the fastest one I've ever seen," said my grandpa. Next thing you know, my aunts and my parents were freaking out about what just happened, saying stuff like, "What if it comes back tomorrow?" And "It saw us. Does that mean we're targets now?" Afterwards, my grandparents calmed everyone down, myself included, saying we'd be fine, and we all went to bed around 3. Morning came, and my grandparents called one of their neighbors and explained to them what had happened. Apparently, one of them was a medicine man who used to partake in Navajo ceremonies used for healing and curing sickness, and came over to bless each family member in the grounds outside. Throughout my childhood, my father and I used to take late-night walks due to his insomnia. Our neighborhood was generally considered very safe, but now I'm not so sure. All of these walks were very dear memories of mine, except one, which ended up being the last one. Along the road with the tree line, there was a single street light to illuminate a small plot of land that someone owned, but it was very overgrown and ill-kept. It was common for us to walk this road to enjoy the sounds of the forest, the lack of illumination, and the ease of circling back. One ordinary night, as we were walking and making conversation, my father abruptly stopped, pulled me close, put his finger over my mouth, and pointed towards the single illuminated plot roughly 100 yards away. At first, I didn't see anything and thought he was pulling my leg, but just as I began to protest his grasp, I saw a very small humanoid figure, roughly 3 feet in height, scrawny with long limbs, materialize out of the brush line and cautiously take in its surroundings before signaling towards the brush. After a few seconds, 2 other small humanoid figures materialized as well. After a brief moment of what looked to be a discussion, all 3 made a dash for the forest line. Once this happened, my father picked me up, threw me over his shoulder, and made a break for our home, which was roughly half a mile back. Mind you, my father is 6'5" and 220 pounds, but I wasn't exactly light at the time, and he never showed any signs of slowing down, due to adrenaline, I guess. After this night, we never took late-night walks. He installed 4 bright motion detection lights around our plot, and brought home a dog. The few times I've tried bringing it up, he didn't want to discuss it, and he made that clear. Those figures still give me chills, and the image of the 3 huddled together is very vivid 15 years later in my mind. I was at this park with my girlfriend at the time that has a neighborhood on one side and a few miles of pretty dense forest on the other. We were stargazing, and as we sat in this opening near the neighborhood, I heard a rustling in the patch of shrubbery that sounded like a person stomping around. I immediately got up to investigate, as this area is known for sketchy activity. What I saw made no sense. I still feel like I imagined it or something. I saw what looked like a person hunched over with a white cloth over them walk out of the bushes and stand on the path that goes around the entire park. I turned to my girlfriend and asked her what it looked like without telling her what it looked like to me, and she described it exactly as I did. So we hightailed it out of there. We booked it to my car and got in, and I, wanting to know what it was, turned on the high beams in hopes that it would follow us. It did not. Now this is where the story gets even stranger. We went to another park because we wanted to continue stargazing, so we drove a few miles to essentially what is a giant field. We found a bench and sat down and managed to forget about that weird encounter. After about 10 or 15 minutes of this, we suddenly saw, not heard, mind you, what appeared to be a black helicopter fly over us in the direction of that first park. It was completely silent, no noise at all. I have not been able to find any pictures online that come close to what it looked like, but if you're familiar with Halo Reach, it looked like a falcon. This thing maneuvered like nothing I've ever seen. Granted, I don't know much about aviation, but it dipped over a tree line at an angle so steep we thought it was going to crash. The weirdest part of all is that there was someone else at this second park. An old woman walking her dog who didn't react to the plane/helicopter at all. It was by far the strangest night of my life. I've yet to return to either park, and I really don't plan on doing so. There's some really strange things out there. This all happened about 5 years ago. One night, a few of my friends decided after a night of hanging out that we'd go on an adventure at about 3 a.m. We took a ride about 50 miles to this old Spanish ruin in New Mexico that was once the seat of the Inquisition. I can't for the life of me remember what the place is called. So we jumped the front gate to the place and started exploring. One of my friends brought a flute with him and started playing it, and about 30 seconds into his, shall we say, mediocre playing, something started screaming really, really loud on the tops of the long destroyed walls of the place. It was going from wall to wall really quickly, screaming the most blood-curdling scream you've ever imagined. At that moment, we booked it and got the hell out of there, and drove for a few hours to Bandelier National Monument, where we planned to camp out for the rest of the weekend. We got to Bandelier at about 6 or 7 a.m. to set up our camp. After a few hours talking about what the hell happened at the ruins, I went to take a piss behind a tree about 300 feet from our camp. This is where everything started getting a little fuzzy. I remember seeing 2 dust devils coming my way, and when I turned around again, 2 of my friends were there, and they were motioning me to follow them. I couldn't help but to follow them, like I was being pulled behind them in shackles. I followed them for what seemed like 10 or 15 minutes, and then I snapped out of it. These couldn't be my friends. They had bright red hair with my friends' faces and cat eyes. Both of my friends were brunette. So I stopped walking, and they turned around and looked at me with the most terrifying gaze I've ever seen. Monsters in movies are nothing compared to this. I turned around and ran as fast as I could back the way I came from. After about 5 minutes of a full sprint, I got back to our camp. Everyone was still there, sitting around talking, and didn't even notice that I was gone. I told them what had happened with the look-alike Skinwalkers, and we packed up everything within probably 10 minutes and headed back to Albuquerque. For good. I was 17 years old at the time. My dad and mom had taken my little brother and sister to Tucson to do something for the day. We lived in a trailer in a rural area outside of Sierra Vista. We had 2 horses, 2 dogs, a cow, and chickens on the small amount of land that we owned. As the oldest son, it was my job to feed and take care of them. On the night in question, it was a stormy monsoon rain, with lightning and thunder going on. But like monsoons can be, they rage and then settle into a lull and rage again. I was getting ready to settle down and watch a good movie when all of a sudden my 2 dogs started barking and wouldn't shut up when I told them to calm down. In the previous week or so before that, my dogs had been acting up and barking a lot at night. I attributed this to coyotes that I'd heard howling in the night, so I got my dad's .30-30 and just 1 bullet, in case I had to shoot to scare off a coyote or kill it, if rabid. I rested the loaded rifle near the wall by the back door and turned on the floodlights outside the trailer. The rain had just stopped, so I looked out by the window. Near the front door, I saw our 2 horses and cow staring, as if through the front door, to the back door of the trailer, where the dogs were barking. I thought, maybe they're scared of the coyotes, so I grabbed the rifle and opened up the back door. As I was getting near the back door, I heard my dogs whimpering and crying. Now I was thinking, is it a pack of coyotes? So I put a few bullets in my pocket, figuring I could load them if I didn't like what I saw. I opened the door, and the damnedest thing happened. My 2 dogs beelined past me to the center of the trailer and hunkered down in the kitchen. Mud was everywhere on the floor from their paws, and I was pissed because I knew I'd have to clean it up. So I closed the door and went to try to get my dogs to get out, but they wouldn't budge and squirmed out of my arms when I tried to grab them. They were absolutely terrified. Now I was mad at the coyotes and grabbed the rifle to go run them off or kill them. The trailer sits on a foundation of blocks. The front and back doors are accessible by a small set of stairs. I'm 5'6", by the way. I opened the back door and was looking out into the darkness at that point. I was about to step out when I saw a set of eyes looking back at me out of the darkness. From the top of my head in the trailer to the ground is around 7+ feet or so. And here's a set of eyes looking at me, level and square on. I was like, darn coyote must be on the small gravel hill we used to pave the road, or it's a bird on a mesquite bush. But I was thinking to myself, that monsoon was awfully bad and rained hard. What kind of a bird would hunker down on a mesquite bush, and why would a coyote be out in a downpour? So I raised my rifle and drew a bead on the eyes. When lightning lit up the night, all of a sudden, the lightning illuminated the small gravel hill that's like 6 feet high and the surrounding mesquite bushes. The light winks out as fast as it appeared from the lightning, though. There was nothing on the gravel hill and no bird of any kind on the mesquite bushes. Then it dawned on me. Whatever it was very tall, and it was still staring at me. A sense of dread crept over me all of a sudden, as I realized that the .30-30 only had 1 measly bullet, and if I missed, there was no way I'd be able to reload it before it was on me. I kept the gun pointed at it as I quickly closed the door. I locked it, realizing this trailer would never withstand whatever it was that was out there if it attacked. I locked the front door and turned on all the lights in the house. I grabbed all the bullets, the .30-06 and .22 rifle, and then went into the kitchen with the dogs. I then loaded each rifle full on. I hugged my dogs and prayed that whatever it was would go away and not attack. I stayed awake that whole night until my parents got back. My dad was furious that all the lights were on. He checked outside for coyotes, but whatever it was gone. In 1969, I was 9 years old and lived about a half a mile down the road from an old church and cemetery. There were 2 other old houses there no one lived in. There were strange things happening quite often around where we lived back then. I remember one of the strange things that happened very well. My dad worked evenings from 3 p.m. until 11, just 3 miles down the road from our house. My mom, sister, and I had just gone to bed when we started to hear a bumping sound on the back of the house. My sister and I ran from the bedroom we shared in the back of the house to the front, where Mom and Dad's bedroom was. We were scared, so Mom let us sleep with her until Dad came home at 11 that night. Their bedroom had 2 windows side by side on the front of the house, right above the porch. You could see through the curtains at night due to the street light out front. We were lying there after not hearing any more noise when, all of a sudden, we heard something on the front porch. Mom saw it first and sat up in bed. That made my sister and I notice her staring out the window. When we turned our gaze from Mom to the window, we saw what looked like a very large dog on the front porch. It was walking to the front door, upright, on its hind legs. When it reached the front door, it shook it violently. It was as tall as the door, and we could see it scratching at the screen door with its front paws. It remained there for what seemed like 15 minutes, but it was probably only a minute or two. Mom didn't say a word. She just shushed us until it turned and walked about 10 feet to the steps on its hind legs. Just before it reached the steps and went down them, it got down onto all fours. Mom told us to go back to sleep, and we eventually did. I don't remember her telling my dad, but I do remember this well. It had to be 6 to 6.5 feet tall, while standing upright on its hind legs. You could see all of its facial features, its ears, snout, and head. Those features made it resemble a German shepherd. We hadn't seen anything that looked or acted like that thing in the area before that night. A lot of strange things happened there. I can't say it was a Dogman, but it did walk on its hind legs for several feet. In October 1972, my husband, our 2 babies, my brother and I left Leavenworth, Kansas in our 1968 VW van. We were going on a camping trip to a recreational area in Arkansas called Beaver Lake. When we finally got there, we found a fairly remote campsite at the far end of the park. We wanted to be alone as the babies woke often during the night and needed to feed. We didn't want to disturb any other campers. Shortly after pulling into our campsite, my brother pitched his tent next to the van. The rest of us were going to sleep in the van. The campsite was in an area with a horseshoe-shaped, rocky, terraced ledge that rose from around 50 feet to about 100 as it curved around behind the 4 campsites. Because of mature trees and thick brush, daylight had trouble poking into our spot. Fast forward to that night. Sometime around 3:30 a.m., I heard some animal sounds on the ridge that I thought were being made by coyotes. The babies were asleep and all was quiet otherwise. I peered out the window but couldn't see what was making the sounds because it was so dark. Still hearing odd yips and howls, I laid back down on the back seat. Moments later, there was a huge crashing bang on the van wall, right next to my head. My husband leapt up, out of a full sleep. My brother bolted out of his tent and jumped into the van with us. We were all in a panic, looking in every direction, trying to see what had hit the van like that. My brother finally yelled that he saw something moving behind the van. We all turned just in time to see a large shadow moving about 20 feet behind the van, from left to right. After about 20 minutes had passed without any of us seeing movement out there, my husband and brother went out to inspect the van for damage, but found none. We then started hearing pounding steps coming from the brush, about 50 feet behind us. The guys eased back into the front seat of the van. That's when my husband turned on the headlights and stepped on the brake pedal for rear light. Instantly, there was a huge commotion. He started the engine, and that's when, in the glow from the headlights, we could see a hairy thing 10 feet away and coming toward the van. As it got closer, its silver-tipped hairs glistened in the light. It had a grayish streak from its shoulders down its back to its buttocks. The creature was walking on 2 legs, was around 7 or 8 feet tall, had a barreled chest and skinny legs. It never did give us a good view of its eyes, so I can't tell you what they looked like. I could see that the face was not ape-like. It was dog-like. Its ears had tufts of fur on top of them, and it was very human-like in its movements and general body structure. It moved smoothly and quickly around to the back of the van, where it followed the base of the ridge away from us. That's when it let out a menacing huff and a low rumbling growl like a dog. Insanely, my husband and brother bolted from the van, trying to get a better look. That's when a shower of gravel came at us. My husband and brother tore back to the van and burned up the road, getting us out of there. I kept looking back, and they looked in the rearview mirrors, but none of us ever saw it again. It just didn't seem like a Sasquatch was what we had seen. It seemed too dog-like, and its face was too slim. I still have PTSD-like feelings to this day due to that encounter. I'm 24 years old, male, and live in the middle of nowhere. Literally. I'll be short and simple about my encounter. I was getting home late one day after dropping my sister off at the airport in Lamar, Colorado. I live just under 7 miles north of the Oklahoma border, on 250 acres of land. I have a trap line running around my property for coyotes. The first 2 traps I checked were empty, so I headed south. That's when I saw this thing. At first, I thought it was a coyote. A big coyote. It was almost 5 feet tall on all 4s. It was caught in my trap and was running around, making a dust cloud. And then it stopped and looked at me. Now I use a Duke No. 3 leg hold trap, so I can catch a variety of things in it. Anyways, I slammed on the brakes and my truck stalled because it's a manual. I was fumbling for the keys to start it. It's an old farm truck with a carburetor on it, and it had quite an afterfire. Once it heard that, it lunged at me and roared. I saw that it had its hand, not paw, but a hand, caught in my trap. Right hand, to be exact. It had probably been looking for the dead rabbit I had in the bait hole next to the trap. It then stood up and ripped the 2 earth anchors I had 24 inches into the ground, right out. It took me a long time to put them in with a 10-pound hammer, but it pulled them straight out within 15 seconds. After it did that, it just stood there, looking at me. It felt like an eternity, and I knew my .357 would do nothing to stop this thing if it came at me. I prayed to God that it wouldn't come for me in my truck. I was looking at it in shock and awe and noticed that it had orange eyes. They weren't glowing. Instead, they had a tint, like a cat's eyes in the dark. They may have been reflecting my headlights. I can't be sure. It then took a step toward me, curled up its upper lip, showing me its teeth. They were huge. The longest 2 had to have been 4 to 5 inches long. It then growled at me, and then it was gone in the blink of an eye. I was scared crapless then. I jammed the truck into gear and spun the tires, getting out of Dodge. Like I said earlier, it seemed like an eternity, but it must have lasted no longer than 30 seconds max. I later returned with an Indian friend of mine. He's part Arapaho. I grew up with him and trusted him. He told me some stories that were passed down through his grandparents' tribe and mentioned something about a loup-garou or French werewolf. He also told me how fur trappers in the late 17 and 1800s were chased off the land in the Rockies from this thing. I used to work until about 10 to 11 at night, but I sleep with the lights on now. It sounds silly for a 24-year-old to be doing that, but to be honest to God, I'm still frightened by this thing. I haven't bothered going out looking for my lost trap because I'll bet the thing has torn it apart by now. For some background info, I was raised in the deserts, southeast of New Mexico, on 2 different ranches, so I'm very well versed in the flora and fauna of our beautiful state. I even used to track semi-professionally for hunters and our local trapper. I know the critters around this state. We always lived on very remote ranches, 50, sometimes 75 miles from the nearest actual town. My senior year of high school, I moved out on my own, being a part of the DECA program, to live closer to my job and school. Living about 12 miles from Artesia, New Mexico, where my school and job were, seemed like living right in town after all of that. I guess my story starts in April of 1999. My boyfriend and I were rooming with a couple in a trailer house just outside of Lakewood, New Mexico. We rented a room from them and sometimes watched their 2 kids as part of our rental agreements. For a few weeks that April, a lot of the neighboring landowners had been complaining about wild dogs coming up from the river and harassing their dogs and scaring their livestock. We were about a mile from the Pecos River, and wild dogs have indeed been a problem in the area. One guy had even reported some structural damage to one of his chicken coops. The couple we lived with had 2 dogs, both of them medium-sized terrier mixes, and neither one of them were on the cowardly side. They had been getting very skittish about going outside at night, though. So much so that we had to make sure to let them out right at sunset, and again at sunrise, because they would not leave the trailer house otherwise at night. One Saturday night, at about 11 p.m., I know it was a Saturday because I had neither work or school. Near the end of the month, the 4 of us were sitting around watching TV, just basically talking about stuff, when the dogs, who were asleep in the master bedroom on the far east side of the house, started growling and barking at the window on the south wall of the bedroom. This was really unusual behavior for them, so we all got up to see what they were on about. By the time we got there, the dogs had shifted their barking away from the window and seemed to be barking at the wall and along the wall, like they could smell something there, but it was moving. It was very strange, and when they came up to the end of the room, their barking just went crazy. Suddenly, from farther down the wall, at the same time about where the kitchen was, we all heard this loud thump and scuffling around. It was powerful enough that we actually felt it, with it being an 80 by 16 trailer house and all. The dogs at this point just completely lost it. They cried out a high-pitched whine and just dove under the bed. We all ran out of the bedroom, down the hall and into the kitchen to see what the heck was up. Peering out the kitchen window was pointless, as it was late. There was a cloud cover and the moon wasn't even out. We heard the scuffling noise again from further down the house and went into the living room to see what was up. We were all really confused at this point. The next few moments seemed to happen in slow motion. Appearing in the living room window from the left and looking right in on us from the glass was, I don't know what. From the shoulders up was what I can only describe as a man dog. Its shoulders were quite human, with short, sleek hair, but it had the head of what looked to be a Rottweiler. And the teeth, oh my God, the teeth on this thing. All four of us screamed at about the same time, and I guess that scared it off because it just disappeared. That image is forever seared into my head. Also of note, this was a trailer house, so the bottom of that window was easily 6 foot off the ground, meaning this thing was 7 foot something. No matter how big of a dog or wolf it was, it could not have stood up and looked at us like that in that window. The guys, being guys, immediately grabbed their shotguns and headed out the door, even though I told them it was a bad idea. Super dark desert night? Big unknown critter? No. I guess they were out there looking for it, and some 20 minutes before they came back inside, said they couldn't see anything. The light from the house was shining on it, and it being so close to the window were the only reasons we saw it in the first place. None of us really slept well that night. It just felt creepy. The next morning, I got up early and decided to go have a look around to see if there were any tracks to identify what the heck it was. The grass and weeds that were right beside the house pretty much hid any tracks it made there. Although I did find where it looked as if something had clawed at the siding along the bottom of the house in a couple of places, making the thump and scuffling sounds the night before. I then decided to follow the tracks the guys had made, and that was when I made a second, very unnerving discovery. The guys made clear tracks in the sandy dirt, and whatever it was out there did as well, because it was pretty much circling around them the entire time they were out there, at a distance of about 40 feet. The tracks were huge, canine, and switched back and forth from 4 tracks to 2, meaning it was walking bipedally for at least half the time it circled them. My encounter took place many years ago. I never had the faintest explanation for it until a couple months back, when I randomly stumbled across Dogman on the internet. I was in my early 20s, working swing shifts at the time and commuting about 100 miles each way, so it was usually around 2 in the morning by the time I got home. I saw the monster, as I called it, on the northernmost section of Trunk Road in the Matanuska Valley in Alaska. This area is almost smack in between the towns of Palmer and Wasilla. I was only about 10 miles from home at that point, so it must have been around 2 a.m. Trunk Road is a narrow 2-lane road, consisting of nothing but twists and turns. The surrounding terrain is somewhat swampy and thick, with black spruce. It was late October, days before Halloween. There was no snow on the ground, but it was cold enough to be wary of ice. I was driving an '82 Subaru SW, going about 20 miles an hour around a curve, when my headlights caught a large, dark figure up ahead. I'm not so good at judging distance, maybe 6 car lengths away. I instinctively let off the gas, coasting closer and closer. At first, I assumed it was a moose, as the area is infested with them. But no, it was standing upright. Bear. Then, no, not a bear. It looked so strange, tall enough to be an uncommonly large bear, but far too slender. And it looked like it had spikes running down its neck and back. A Halloween prop? It was an odd, but effective place for one. All those thoughts ran through my head in a fraction of a second. The car was still coasting closer, and I could see more details. It was standing in profile, gazing across the road. I could clearly see its wolfish muzzle, large upright ears. The spikes on its back were in fact clumps of fur. Its spine curved in a smooth, very natural-looking way. It was standing in the ditch, inches away from the pavement. Because I was focused on its upper body, I don't recall anything about its back legs or if it had a tail. I did see its front legs, though, very dog-looking, hanging awkwardly down and slightly toward its front, exactly as you'd expect if a dog stood upright. While it clearly had a canine look, there was still something off about it that I cannot articulate. It was perfectly still, and at this point, given the proximity to Halloween, I was quite convinced it was some sort of Halloween prop because it was clearly not any kind of existing animal. I was deeply impressed and gently stepped on the brakes, intending to stop and examine it closely. Just then, it turned its head towards me. In the tiny fraction of a second that it took for it to swivel its head, I knew that I had made a terrible mistake. The fluidity of its movement removed any and all doubt that this was some kind of prop. It was horribly, terrifyingly alive. The pale off-white glow of its eyeshine in the headlights destroyed any possibility of a human in a costume. I think I sat there gaping at it in shock for a few seconds, the car barely moving by now, but still inching closer. As I was almost upon it, I think it could have leaned forward and touched the car if it had wanted. I had to look up to see its face. Again, I'm a bad judge of such things, but I'm 5'4", and it was a hell of a lot taller than me. Tall like a polar bear standing. 7 feet? 8? I really can't say. I snapped out of my trance and slammed on the gas. The car fishtailed, and I prepared myself for death by monster, as I was certain I'd end up in the ditch. But the tires caught the pavement, and I drove like a complete maniac all the way home. I didn't look back. I've only been on that section of road a few times since, never alone and never in the dark. For the next several years of driving that commute, I went 20+ miles out of the way to avoid Trunk Road. The thing never made any aggressive moves, but there was something about it that felt very, predatory. I never saw anything remotely like it again, and have never heard any stories about it in the area. There are lots of rumors out there about skinwalkers. Maybe I don't believe them. Maybe I think that coming from a different tribe makes me immune to their evil. Regardless of what I believe, there are things I've seen in the lonely places of Arizona that I cannot explain. The business of my family often takes us deep into the Navajo Reservation and lends us to spending the night in a hotel or at a friend's place. However superstitious or practical you are, there can be no argument that those desolate desert roads are not always safe for travelers and locals alike after the sun sets. I know many people who have had dangerous encounters. On a trip to visit a relative near Canyon de Chile, we decided to attend an evening rug auction that took us a couple hours out of town. I was riding with my friend Jen, whose mother we were visiting. I would like to make a note that Jen is not the most stalwart of souls and is one of the more superstitious native people I know. On previous driving excursions, she's begged me to stop the car and take a different route after noticing an owl flying towards the road. I don't put much stock in omens. Anyhow, the auction hadn't ended by 9 p.m. or so, and Jen and I were getting antsy. We opted to head back to her mother's place early and let the rest of the family catch up with us. As Jen drove the two of us home on the empty 2-lane road, we quickly left all semblance of civilization behind for sheer night, which seemed even blacker in the shadow of the canyons. Jen had settled on the least fuzzy FM station she could find, and I was staring aimlessly out the window. That's when I noticed the dog. At first, it was just a flash of white in the corner of my vision, and then I craned my neck to get a good look. A big white German shepherd was running parallel to our car, about 100 yards off the road and a little behind us. Something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I knew we must have been going 40 or 45 miles per hour, but it was gaining on us. I could feel my heart rate pick up while I stared at it. As it came perpendicular to us, it began to draw up off of its feet until it was running on 2 legs like a human. When it turned its head to look at me, my stomach dropped. Even from that distance, I was sure I could see a red glint to its eyes, and a feeling of dread washed over me. I must have made a noise because Jen touched my leg and asked what was wrong. I glanced at her wordlessly and then gestured out the window. But as I turned back, the dog was gone. Not wanting to scare her, I told her the dark was playing tricks on me and closed my eyes, determined to sleep the rest of the way home. The next night, after a lot of food and even more visiting, I had holed up in my room to get ready for bed. I was staying in the 2nd floor of the house, and my window overlooked the street. The houses are fairly spread out, but the road is lined with street lamps, the nearest of which is less than a block away on the opposite side. I turned out my light and went to the window to pull down the shades so the light wouldn't keep me up. Fear hit me like a sucker punch when my eyes drifted across the road. There, in the light of the street lamp, was the German shepherd. It was standing on its hind legs in a way that I knew canine anatomy should not allow, and it was staring straight back at me. From that close, it was obvious that it had deep red eyes and fur that was a yellowish white. I don't know how long we watched each other. I knew better than to stare it in the eyes, but I was too terrified to turn away. Finally, it dropped down to all fours and walked away. I slept with a knife next to my bed and the bedroom door locked that night. Some part of me thinks it was a skinwalker that I saw, a witch out hunting for trouble. I haven't been back to Canyon de Chile. I was spending a month with my cousins at my grandma's house. It was August, and my cousins' ages ranged from 10 to 15, and I was the oldest, being 15. They were 10, 13, and 14. We stayed up telling scary stories often, but one night a few weeks in, we decided to make a campfire out back. My grandma's house is in a rural suburb. The neighbors aren't too far when you're driving down the road to her house, but in the backyard, it's thick forest with man-made paths through it. Each house is on a hill, so only part of the basement was actually underground. That isn't important until later, though. So we're towards the east side of her yard, in a small patch of open land. You couldn't see the neighboring yards from there, and there were probably 3/4 of a mile to each side of us that belonged to my grandma. It was maybe 11 at night, and we were playing truth or dare after telling scary stories, and my 14-year-old cousin dared me and the 13-year-old to go walk through the paths for 10 minutes. I said yes right away, as I wasn't easily scared and was rather level-headed, but my younger cousin was a bit more hesitant. We didn't bring a flashlight because it wasn't pitch dark yet, and we could see enough to keep us alive. We were walking through the paths for about 5 minutes and could barely see the fire through the trees when we finally decided to turn. In the middle of the path was a large dog-like creature, hunched over, with its front hands an inch from the ground. What I remember most was how its eyes were so bright white, and it was humanoid dog-shaped, with a human-like head but a dog-like body, and human hands and feet. It looked right at us, and I was paralyzed with fear as it dashed away the opposite way from us, towards a creek that ran through the yard. Eventually my cousin and I screamed, and my other cousins and grandma ran to us. I don't remember much here because I was really disoriented and I couldn't think properly, but I did wake up in bed, so I assumed that I was brought up to the house. All the kids slept in the basement, in a big room with sliding glass doors to the outside, as the room was on the side that wasn't underground. My bed was pressed against the big glass window, and I could see my cousins playing outside, down below. The house is in Michigan, so it gets slightly chilly even in the end of August. And there was a slight breeze, so I put on a jacket and ran to join them outside, skipping breakfast, not wanting to miss out on anything fun. When I got down, I could tell they weren't playing, but rather running to get my grandma. Her dogs, both of them, were dead, ripped up. That night, we went to bed early. I woke up at maybe 2 a.m. because I felt something hit my head. My cousins were all sitting on the double bed opposite me on the other side of the room. There was 1 bunk and 2 double beds. The double beds for me and my 14-year-old cousin. They were being quiet and staring right at me. The 13-year-old nodded his head toward the window. I froze. They all looked afraid. I turned my head slightly to the side and I saw a really messed up looking face pressed to the window with gaping eyes looking down at me. I screamed as loud as I could and it bolted. My grandma called the police after I told her what happened, and they found nothing. I went home after that, and I've never been there during the night again. I decided to join my best friend Karen for a 3-day stay at her grandmother's place on the res. Her grandmother lives near a place called Tuba City, Arizona, in the middle of nowhere, but surrounded by rural homes. We go to college together, and I was interested to know about Navajo tradition. The first day we stayed, it was pretty chill, nothing out of the ordinary, but then her grandma, who wasn't that old, around 67, said that a stray dog came out of nowhere and wouldn't leave. To me, it did act kind of strange, and it was ugly. It had a black shaggy coat and looked like a mix between a German Shepherd and a lab. That night, we were watching a movie in the living room. The living room had big windows that looked out into the front where the cars are parked, nothing fancy, and the curtains were wide open. Grandma was in the kitchen cooking dinner, and we were watching a movie. Next to the window is a medium-sized bookshelf and where DVDs are kept. Karen went to put a DVD in that we had just watched, but she freaked out because that stray black dog was staring at us through the window, standing on top of the wood box outside. It's not something normal dogs do from my point of view, or hers. Usually my dog, which is a house dog, scratches the door to be let in. Res dogs aren't house dogs, and dogs inside houses are frowned upon in Navajo tradition, meant to protect the house and owner. The other dogs seemed to stay away from it. Karen opened the door and yelled at it to get off the box. It ran off behind the shed. We went to Tuba City to get some groceries and came back to the house. The dog was nowhere to be seen, and there was nothing unusual. Grandma went to visit some people, so it was just Karen and I at this point. At about 5 o'clock, we heard someone trying to open the door. Both of us looked out since we hadn't seen or heard a car, and the dogs weren't barking. We were looking out the living room window to the door, and there was the dog trying to open the door with its paws. 2 paws wrapped around the brass doorknob, standing on its hind legs. I thought that was weird, but wasn't really freaked out. Karen was, though. She opened the door and chased it off. Grandma came back later, and Karen told her. Grandma didn't like what she had heard. We got ready to sleep, and we slept in the spare bedroom since it had 2 beds. One window had curtains and was opened a little. We turned off the light, but there was a sound coming from on top of the roof. We heard the pitter-patter of footsteps and scratching sounds and panting. It then sounded like it jumped off onto the large plastic water barrel they had. At first, we heard what sounded like barking, but as it grew louder, the other dog seemed to be barking at something also. All of a sudden, something was running around the house barking, but it didn't sound like a dog. This barking sounded human. It was a deep male voice, barking like it knew that we knew it wasn't a dog. Then panting again by the window, and we started freaking out. Karen decided to open the curtains to look out. There was the stray dog on its hind legs, looking into our bedroom, but this time it stunk, and what I thought were 2 black holes in the neck, another pair of eyes, twinkled, and the paws were deformed-looking hands with overgrown, thick, sharp fingernails. We both screamed and shut the curtains closed, and Grandma came running through the door and saw it. The first thing she did was grab ashes from the fireplace, load 3 shells into the shotgun from under her bed, bless herself in Navajo, and go outside to shoot it, yelling in Navajo about how that thing wasn't welcome there and to get the hell out of there, for it to go linger somewhere else. Them both being traditional, The next day they called a medicine man to come over and put cedar in. He prayed over everyone with cedar smoke and an eagle feather, blessed the place, made us eat bitter herbs called eagle's gall, and gave me an arrowhead. Apparently I needed to carry one for protection, and a little pouch called corn pollen. The medicine man said the dog was a skinwalker. The body of the stray dog, which was killed by the skinwalker, made an illusion, so we wouldn't know it wasn't a real dog. He also said that they tend to harm people by using some sort of human bone straw to spit at someone and get human bones into them. Doctors can't detect it, but the medicine man that day pulled a piece of human skull out of Grandma's right shoulder. It was pretty big, about 2 inches long and 1 centimeter thick. It was real. We watched him pull it out of her. When I was a kid, my uncle and I were finishing up chopping firewood for my grandmother because it was getting dark. This was on the Navajo Res here in Arizona. Driving back on a dirt road at about 30 miles per hour, I had this awful sense of being watched. Before I could turn to look out my window, my uncle quickly shouted, "Don't." I completely froze. My heart felt like it was beating out of my chest, then completely stopped when I heard a tap tap on my window. My uncle sped up and was loudly praying in my native language. I didn't know what was going on and thought it was over until our truck suddenly dipped from the bed. My uncle then started saying, "Look at me and don't turn away," over and over. Then I heard it again. Tap, tap, but from the window behind me. It was getting harder for me to breathe and I wanted to cry. A minute or two passed and the truck dipped again. My uncle looked around and sighed. It was quiet besides the truck and the road. He looked at me and said, "We'll ask your father to do a prayer in the morning so the evil will forget our faces." I remember curling up on the seat and just staring at the radio, watching the time, listening to my uncle sing an old prayer till we got to my grandmother's house. I later called my uncle because I had a nightmare about that night. We talked about it for a bit. He said, "I didn't see faces, just eyes, like brake lights you see on the road. It watched you." Before hanging up, I tried joking with him about it. "Why didn't you just step on the brake when it was in the back?" No laughter, just a pause. Because it wasn't alone. Before I tell my story, I'll summarize what a skinwalker is for those who may not know. A skinwalker is a being that uses witchcraft, kills an animal, and uses the skin as a disguise. It's mainly active at night, but will observe during the day. Its favorite disguise is that of a regular human. A skinwalker's most noticeable traits are yellow glowing eyes and decaying flesh. Anyway, I was heading to a small town in southern Utah with my wife and a couple of friends. We were on our way to see Lee, a friend of mine that we hadn't seen in a long time. We met up with him at his place and decided to hang out at a nearby lake. It was a typical quiet campsite with a fire pit and a couple of logs around it. We had a little picnic there and were exchanging stories and catching up with each other all day. Eventually, one of my friends, Bryce, got tired and decided to fall asleep in the car while the rest of us continued talking. At this point, twilight had fallen. Erica and I were discussing something while my wife and Lee were talking about something else. All of a sudden, my wife and Lee fell silent. Erica and I quickly noticed. We looked at them and Lee says, "Get in the car." I asked him, "What's wrong?" and he says there might be a skinwalker around. Now, Erica and I had no idea what a skinwalker was at the time, so we asked him to explain. After his explanation of what it was, Erica and I, being the only sensible thinkers at the moment, and Bryce just barely waking up from us jumping in the car, decided we should investigate, believing that it was probably just some kids in a nearby campsite trying to mess with us. We came to the top of the hill that was between our campsite and the next, and looked for any likely candidates for the scare. There were none. All we could see was a couple of trees and some bushes. We even called out, but there was no response. As we were walking back to the campsite, we heard noises, a rustling in the bushes behind us. We look again, but see nothing. At this point, we were considering that Lee and my wife may be right. We get back and it's getting dark fast, so I asked them, "Is there something we can do to keep them away for a little bit?" "Yes," said Lee. "They don't like fire." And him, my wife, and Bryce start working on a fire, while me and Erica go down by the lake to collect the 2 liters we had put in the water to keep cold. Now it's dark, and as Erica and I head back with the sodas, we hear rustling in the bushes beside us. We're both scared. We hurry back and put everything back in the car as quickly as possible, while Lee made sure the fire kept burning. After getting everything in the car, I rush over to the fire pit and tell everyone to get in the car as I proceed to stomp the fire out. Right as the fire went out, I hear a blood-curdling scream from across the lake. I felt my heart stop. Lee had said skinwalkers are fast. They can make a full lap around this lake in a matter of seconds. I jump in the car and yell, "Go!" Right as the engine started and the lights come on, we see it coming out of the bushes in front of us. Glowing yellow eyes and what looked like a zombified coyote with decaying flesh. We backed up and peeled out of there as fast as we could. This happened 2 years ago, and it still scares me to know how close I came to death. I'm honestly amazed that we all survived such a close encounter with this thing. It was 1995. I had just graduated high school. An old friend who I haven't talked to in 7 years now and I were hanging out, and I said, "Let's go to New Orleans." So we did. We had $140 between us, and back then, that was more than enough. We made it to New Orleans, almost died from culture shock, and then turned around and headed to Magnolia, Mississippi to get some sleep. We stayed at Magnolia Inn. It was a crap hole, but it was nice and cool. It was May or June in South Mississippi. Cool was the only adjective that mattered. We stayed up that night playing poker, drinking Gordon's vodka, and talking about who knows what. Probably girls, college and college girls. At some point, I said, "Ever been to Texas?" "Nope." "Pack your bag and let's roll." We had a road atlas. Marshall, Texas was right across the border from Shreveport. We arrived in Shreveport, made a phone call to another friend, who we were actually supposed to be staying with. Both of our mothers had called looking for us. The only person that knew where we were was the buddy on the phone. It was no big deal. We'd be home in a day or two. I'm being short on details because if I don't, this will turn into a novel-length story about chasing armadillos and being chased by the boogeyman. Before we left that rest area in Shreveport where we made the call, we saw an armadillo. Let me tell you something about armadillos. Those bastards will hiss, jump, and turn into Tasmanian devils if you corner them. They also carry leprosy, We were 18. We chased that armadillo around for an hour. Now let me tell you about Shreveport. I don't know how it is now, but in the summer of '95, it looked and smelled like a place where oil and metal went to die. It was dirty. It was a crap hole. We crossed a bridge and saw people fishing about 100 yards from where a drainage pipe from a factory was spewing forth waste upriver from the fishermen. The locals reminded me of the locals in Adamsville. Bald-headed women and cross-eyed men. A lot of bald-headed, cross-eyed kids. I'm sorry, but it was a Rob Zombie movie come to life. I felt like I was going to be raped because I had a full head of hair and could see straight. The best part of Shreveport was an armadillo that might possibly have leprosy. Marshall, Texas was a good 40 miles away. We rolled on. Marshall was a decent little town, home of the Fire Ant Festival. We stopped at a little barbecue joint and had a Coke, a smile, and some pulled pork. It was getting late and the sun was setting. We looked at the map and decided to backtrack a bit and head up rural Route 43 through Karnak and past Caddo Lake. We'd eventually run into Highway 59, head to Texarkana, and then head back home. When we left the barbecue joint and headed towards 43, it was dusk. Highway 43 wasn't well lit. It was almost as dark as Natchez Trace Parkway. My friend was driving and we were doing about 45 miles per hour. Any faster would have been reckless, even for a couple 18-year-old dumbasses. This road was kind of like Christmasville Road. The locals reading this will know what I mean. The non-locals will just have to use your imagination. It was dark, winding, full of hills that ended in curves. There were beady and glowing eyes on both sides of the road. You could hear the crickets and the bullfrogs over the sound of the wind rushing by that old Sentra. It was peaceful and creepy at the same time. The humidity was a real thing, tangible. The air was thick. It smelled like pastures, hay, and swamp. We drove for what seemed like hours. It was after midnight, and I saw a sign that informed me that Bivens was the next town of any size. I was hypnotized by the yellow lines on the road. We hadn't seen another car in at least an hour. Sleepy, I rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. There was music coming from the radio, the tape player. It was either Tupac or Bob Seger. I smoked my cigarette, absent-mindedly flicking ashes out of the window. I took one last puff and flicked the Camel short off into the woods. Then I saw it. I never looked to my right. I didn't even kind of peek to the right. Maybe I did a little when I flicked the cigarette away. I don't know. What I do know is that in my periphery there was something running alongside the car. It was just behind my window, behind where the edge of the door ends, and before where the back window begins. I looked over at the speedometer, 40 miles per hour. I looked at my friend. He was looking straight ahead. I looked straight ahead, but I could still see it. I could see one huge arm, matted hair, reddish brown, sticky looking, primal. I eased my right hand over and rolled up my window. My friend was still looking straight ahead. His jaw was clenched, and he put both hands on the wheel and sped up. No words were said. I looked straight ahead, and still out of my periphery, I could see that arm moving, muscles and tendons visibly rippling beneath that matted hair. As the car gained a little speed, the thing running alongside us lost pace slightly. I then saw the hand on the end of that nightmarish arm. The hand was clenched into a fist the size of a cantaloupe, a big cantaloupe. It was covered in the same hair, but slightly darker around the fingers, like it was stained with something. Suddenly, the hand unclenched, and then I saw the claws. Black as this damned after midnight Texas night. Those claws were at least 2 inches long, sharp, like an animal's. This wasn't a hand so much as it was the killing paw and claws of some beast whose only purpose was to kill and eat. I looked back at my friend. I looked at the speedometer, 50 miles per hour. I looked straight ahead. It was still there. I lit another cigarette, didn't roll the window down, and simply said, "Shit." The music had stopped. I finally broke the silence and said, "Hey, do you?" And before I could finish, my buddy said, "I see it. I've been seeing it. I can't even see you, but I can see whatever the hell that thing is." "How much do you see?" "More than I want to." "Speed up, John. Just speed up. It can't keep up forever." I looked over. 55 miles per hour. Whatever was chasing us silently was starting to lag behind. I finally looked to my right, just a bit. Imagine the scary part of the movie where you put your hands in front of your face but still peek through. In 37 years, I have 2 regrets. One is picking up that first cigarette, and the other is me looking to my right that night. This beast was huge. Its chest was above the top of the car, and all I could see was that matted reddish-brown hair. Then it bent forward as it ran, and I saw the face of this thing. All reality stopped. We were no longer driving down some country road in Texas. We were now trying to escape from the depths of a monster-inhabited hell. This thing's face is beyond my powers to describe. It was evil. The eyes were black and the pupils were red. It flashed its teeth at me in a snarl, yellow and huge. Saliva dripped from its mouth. It opened its eyes wide and it looked hungry and mad. Then it opened its mouth. The skin pulled back until all I could see were black gums and yellow teeth. Immediately I could feel the car accelerate. "Go, John, just go!" I prayed. I cussed. I lit a cigarette. Then, like sunshine breaking through the clouds, the road straightened out. "Don't you slow down." We drove through Bivens, and we drove to Texarkana. Then we drove home. We never said a word. It was years later, 11 to be exact, before we ever even talked about it again, and even then, we didn't talk about it much. He said he'd never told anyone, and I hadn't either. I told the story a few years back for the first time, while I was parked out on a gravel road, doing the things you do when you're parked out on a gravel road with a good-looking woman. I told it a year or so ago to a couple of kids who wanted to hear a scary story, while they sat around a campfire. They didn't sleep for a day or two, but they asked me a dozen more times to tell them the story. I never told anyone until now that I saw its face. I've been scared for my life exactly 2 times. Once was on that road, and once was looking at a grizzly bear in front of me with a terminal velocity inducing drop to the side of me. Call it what you will. Call it bullshit if you want, but look me in the eyes, then let me tell you this story, and you'll know. Never doubt that there are things in this world that defy explanation and logic. The boogeyman is real. We're walking a bridle trail, bow hunting, in Nipissing Swamp State Natural Area when I started to feel like we were being watched. I kept it to myself, however, and we continued walking the trail until we reached a point where the path branched off to the right and a snowmobile trail went to the left. I went to that corner the last few days, but always stopped because I just had an odd feeling about continuing. We had just moved to Two Rivers a few months ago and weren't familiar with the area. We had just started hunting there a few days prior, and the odd feeling had been enough to convince me to turn back on previous excursions. This time, though, something convinced me to ignore that feeling and go further. As my wife and I reached the fork, something not far off the trail ran off through the woods. It seemed so big, I felt it in the ground. Believing it must be a large buck, we proceeded down the trail, hoping to get a glimpse of it. We found it about 50 yards up, where the trail opened into a stand of tall pines. It was behind a tree, and at first appeared to be a bear standing on its back legs, scratching its back against the tree trunk. It kept stepping to the side, and I could see what looked like a shoulder and a really long arm, but it looked black, really black. Then it did something funny, almost like it got down on all fours, and I thought I saw what would be its head, but it was very oddly shaped, almost like a football, but horizontal, with very long ears pointing up into the back. And I thought what I believed to be very long, almost grayish hair. I estimated to be 8 to 10 feet tall, with long, thin, gangly arms. My wife and I watched it briefly, unable to understand what we were looking at. Then it took 3 large steps and disappeared into the underbrush. We slowly walked toward the tree where the creature had been standing, where we saw large impressions in the ground. I thought maybe it had been another hunter dressed in a ghillie suit, though I knew it was way too tall to be human. "Hello?" I said quietly. There was no response. I called out a few more times, but there was only silence. We decided we'd better get out of there because it was starting to get dark and we were both pretty freaked out. All the way back, it felt like somebody was trailing us alongside the trail, keeping up with us as we walked very fast. About a quarter mile from the road where our vehicle was parked, my wife and I walked out of the forest into a field. We saw a deer there, standing sideways, out in the open. A perfect shot. We had come out to hunt, after all. So I raised my bow and knocked an arrow. I used lighted knocks so you could easily see the trajectory of my arrow. When I shot, you could see that I shot low, and I heard something like my arrow hitting something. But I wasn't sure if I hit the deer or not, so we walked over there and started looking for my arrow, still constantly watching around us, and we couldn't find my arrow anywhere. Then I spotted the glowing knock about 20 or 30 yards back toward the woods and the path. My arrow was stuck, basically vertical in the ground, except leaning the opposite way I shot, which to me and my wife seemed impossible, that my arrow could be the way it was in the ground. As we made our way back toward the road to leave, a strong odor filled the air. I smelled the most horrible smell I've ever smelled in my life, like rot and mud and sulfur. A nasty smell that was just right in my face. My wife smelled it as well and later described it to me as a very strong metallic odor of something metal. We hurried back to our vehicle and headed home, but that night still haunts me. I'm a very avid bow hunter and have spent most of my life out in the woods. I've never encountered anything like this or felt the feeling I felt when I was out there. This experience left me feeling uneasy about going back out into the woods, and I'm questioning whether I'll ever go out hunting again. I spend a lot of time camping and hiking in the mountains of northern Georgia with my brother Ryan. On this particular day, we headed out to a place we knew well, midway through Jack's River Trail in the Cohutta Wilderness. We searched for a good secluded area to set up camp for a planned 2-night stay. We got everything set up, and after a day of hiking and exploring the Jacks River, the trip seemed to be off to a great start. That night, we got a fire going, had dinner, and sat chatting away until a sound caught our attention. We were very familiar with the sounds of the forest, but this sounded off to us. It was as if several people were walking around the campsite, trying not to be heard. Then things got very bizarre. I remember we both pulled out our flashlights and shined them in the direction we felt the sounds were coming from. But that's what was so weird. Whenever we'd fix our lights on a spot we thought the sounds were coming from, the location of the sound would suddenly change. That's when the whistling started. At first, I thought it was the wind, and I remember thinking maybe the wind is just throwing leaves around and what we're hearing is nothing but the wilderness around us. Ryan looked at me and asked if I was hearing it. I didn't answer and was trying to focus hard on each individual sound. 2 consecutive notes with roughly a 3 to 4 second gap, and then 2 more consecutive notes, over and over again. Ryan kept asking if I heard it, and I put my finger to my lips, trying to keep him quiet. The fear I felt was incredible. My jaw was tight, my fists clenched, knowing I wasn't ready for whatever was out there, if it was anything at all. The whistling continued for what felt like forever, but thinking it through, it was maybe 5 minutes when Ryan finally yelled out into the darkness, "Hey! Quiet!" The whistling stopped. We sat there in silence for a few minutes, when suddenly the woods erupted with noise. Something or someone was running in a circle around our campsite. The whistling came back. 2 consecutive notes with the same 3 to 4 second gap, and then 2 more consecutive notes. How could someone whistle this loudly without cracking while also running? I was done. I stood up, shining my flashlight in all directions, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was screwing with us. Nothing. It felt close enough to touch, but we never saw a thing. That's when the movement stopped, but the whistling was still constant. It was so loud, inhumanly loud. I looked at Ryan and told him to call the police. Now, this is the part I'll never forget, the part I never like to talk about. While Ryan was on the phone with the dispatcher and telling them our location and what was going on, I stepped around the fire towards my tent. Inside my bag, I had a 6-inch fixed blade that I always carried and thought I'd feel a bit more comfortable with it in my hand, more than just my flashlight. As I went to unzip my tent, trying to keep my eyes toward the woods, I heard some movement directly in front of me. I swept my light up in front of me, and for maybe 2 seconds, I saw it. Whatever this person or thing was, it was about 5 feet up in a tree. Everything about it was long. Its arms, legs, neck, fingers, everything. And it was fast. As soon as the light hit it, it launched backwards off the tree. I heard it land, but it either jumped an impossible distance or landed in a thicket because I heard it, but never saw. I don't think I've ever yelled so loudly. I ran back to where Ryan was and sat down. He kept asking me what I saw, but I couldn't answer. I just kept thinking about it. Maybe 10 minutes later, we saw a couple of flashlight beams coming through the woods, and about 3 guys came into view, asking if everything was okay. I settled down a bit and started asking them if they had seen or heard anything. All they said was they heard a lot of movement, and then they heard my scream. That's when they headed our direction. I tried to explain what had happened without sounding crazy, but it didn't seem to work. One of the guys walked around a bit and came back and said he didn't see anything. Ryan told them that we called the police, and roughly 30 minutes later, a park ranger showed up. Ryan and I tried explaining everything to him, but he just chalked it up to either a curious animal or some campers trying to mess with us. It all started with finding mutilated animals around my property in a rather grisly fashion, including dead foxes and deer that had had their spinal columns torn out and strewn around, as well as vicious claw and teeth marks and limbs rendered from their bodies. Sometimes these animals were disemboweled, and their entrails found hanging from bushes or trees like macabre Christmas tree ornaments. And sometimes they were simply torn in half, with one of the halves missing. It was all very unsettling indeed, but it was about to graduate into the horrifying. So let me lay out the land for you. My house is about 100 yards from a small stream that splits the small wooded area in half. On the far side of the stream from my house, there are large trees. I was out there one day and all of a sudden, I felt cold and uncomfortable, like I was being watched. I also became increasingly paranoid that someone or something was out there with me, so I decided to head in. The sun was also setting, and dusk would be upon me soon. So I started walking towards my house, which would mean that I'd have to walk uphill. I wasn't in a rush and was taking my time, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me. So I turned around, and I saw a large creature about 80 yards from me, standing across the stream. It then proceeded to take a step towards me. I knew that in order to make it out of the woods, I'd have to run about 20 yards uphill, which would take me about 30 to 40 seconds. But I ran out of those woods in about 10, It was the most scared I've ever been, and the most adrenaline has ever flowed through me. Now, you might be wondering, could I have been dehydrated or hallucinating? Well, I've never hallucinated in my life, and I couldn't have been dehydrated because about 10 minutes prior to this event, I drank an entire bottle of water, and I always make sure I'm hydrated before I go exploring. There's no way it was a tree because every time I go out there, I go to where I spotted it, and there isn't a single tree small enough to look even remotely like what I saw. Since then, I haven't spotted it, but I have heard it. It's believed by Native Americans that Windigos call out for help in the voice of humans in order to lure people toward them. I've heard what sounds like a little girl calling for help in those woods before. It's still terrifying to talk or think about. This happened back in high school on prom night. I was a sophomore, just helping take down decorations. I was 16 and it might have been 1 a.m. by the time I was driving home from the train station where the prom was held in rural Southern Virginia. At the time, I drove a 1994 F-150, which was built like a tank. I wasn't super familiar with the roads around the train station, but the one I was on had cornfields on both sides for a few acres back. Then it turned into deep woods. So, I'm heading home, doing maybe 45, when all of a sudden, half of my truck pops up and down, like I've just hit the mother of all speed bumps on one side. And having just got my license, I was panicked. So I pulled over to make sure I hadn't blown a tire. I put the truck in park and looked back for a second, and I see this huge mass just laying in the middle of the road that 100% was not there when I stopped. My first instinct is I just killed someone's dog, and my heart dropped. I've got my hand on the door handle, ready to go see if this dog is okay, when suddenly the hair on my arm stands up. On instinct, I look in the rearview mirror to see the thing getting up. At first, I was happy that it was alive, but then it stood up on 2 legs. Mind you, this was all illuminated by my brake lights in the middle of nowhere, and I was pretty freaked out. But when it stood up, I could tell it was kind of hunched over, and even then, it was almost as tall as the 9 or 10-foot corn in the fields. Massive rib cage, emaciated, long face, hollow-looking thing just stands up and looks dead at me before shuffling across the road back into the fields. I drove home, cried a bit, and went to sleep. The next morning, I found a massive dent in my fender, and I knew that I had really hit something. It messed me up for a good while, and now I still don't like driving at night. A few days ago, my sister and I took a ride on our horses. I'd say our horses are pretty much spook-proof. They sit still when we shoot rifles off their backs. So when they got spooked at a tall, dark, twisted figure in the corner of the woods, we flipped out and booked it back to the barn. We rode them straight into the barn so we wouldn't get knocked off when they ran back into their stalls. My sister was in a separate stall opposite me with her horse. We locked the stalls and bolted the doors shut from the inside. This was a feature I never thought we'd need. Since there were deadbolts on the inside of the stalls and wood window covers, there was no way inside. Whatever it was that had been following us was chasing us closely through the field, and I think we barely escaped. I didn't even notice my horse was bleeding on her left hip. I felt her kick while we were riding away, but I didn't think something had actually got her. She was sweaty and I could see the white in her eyes. I stood away from the window and the door. My father must have seen us, or that thing, because we heard gunshots coming from the right side of the barn, going towards the field. I called out to my sister, asking if she was okay. She was, but her horse was hurt, just like mine. She asked if I had seen what it was that scared the horses. I told her I barely saw anything. To be honest, I still don't know what it was, but it was thin and dark and smelled rotten. It left claw marks deep in our horses' sides. They'll have matching scars, but I don't think they'll let us take them back to the woods. They haven't left their stalls for over 2 days. My dad described the thing as a really mutated and mangled dog. He said he shot at it when it started to run into the barn. He made it bleed, but we haven't found the body. To be fair, he was pretty far away from it, so he didn't really get a good look. I was visiting my parents and their many cats in the Texas Hill Country during the hot summer months. The house was along a creek, and one evening one of the cats named Topaz, who followed me around on my walks around the property, was with me. We'd often walk along the creek, but this particular evening, Topaz was unwilling to cross in her usual spot. It was eerily quiet. I noticed a little later that she was acting as if something was threatening her, so I looked up, and that's when I saw it. This thing had long arms and it was tall. I don't remember anything like talons or claws, but I do remember antlers and matted fur. It wasn't gaunt or skeletal. It had very large dark eyes, oriented forward like a predator's would be. The weirdest thing about the whole situation was just being entirely overcome with fear and dread, literally to the point of vomiting. After I puked, I sprinted back up to the house with Topaz and avoided the creek for ages. Though, strangely, I felt quite certain that whatever that thing was, it couldn't cross running water. After a month, it felt like it had gone and it was safe to go over there again. Now, as far as I know, there's no family history on either side for hallucinations. And even if there were, this would have been my only experience with one in my entire life. It's been almost a full decade since that happened. Mostly, I'm wondering if anything of this description and presence has been encountered before, especially in Texas. I used to work about 30 miles away from where I live. One night, I'd been stuck in heavy traffic coming home. I take Lasix, so after a while I really had to go to the bathroom. I kept telling myself that I was almost home and tried to hold it until I got there, but by the time I got to my exit, I knew I wasn't going to make it. So I pulled up to an area where Fidelity Investments is located and found an area that was isolated. This area is heavily wooded, with walking trails and a lot of game, but it's also in a very populated area. I pulled up a little side drive off one of the main roads. That little drive is about 100 feet long, with only room for one car. It went up in elevation and had bushes on the right side, facing the main road. On the left side there was a guardrail and a view of the valley below. The area up there is huge and isolated, with several buildings that are all spaced out. The place is dark at night because there are intermittent streetlights up there. At night it's pretty deserted too. A few cars go through that area though, because it's a shortcut people use to go from Taylor Mill over to 3L Highway, where there are stores, restaurants, etc. When you're up there, you're above everything around this area. When I stopped, I got out of my car, waited a moment and looked around to make sure there were no other cars. It was winter, so the bushes between where I was and the road below me didn't have many leaves on them. Because of that, you could see right through them. I was up on this little rise, about 20 or 30 feet above the drive, which was 4 lanes wide. To the left of me was a street light and more woods that went down another hill to the main road. I went to the back of my car and did my business. When I finished, I stood up, and all at once, every hair on my body stood on end. I knew I wasn't alone. I scanned the area in front of me and must have heard something behind me because I turned around and there were 3 deer standing there, all huddled up together between my car and the guardrail. They weren't looking at me. They were looking across the road. I looked back over there, and that was when I saw a figure standing between the bushes in front of it and the tree line behind it. It was huge. I stand 5'5". Some of those bushes were about 6 feet tall, but they only came up to about the collarbone area on this thing. Due to the street light to the right of it, about 20 feet away, I was able to get a pretty clean outline of it. It had a large dog-shaped head and pointed ears. I couldn't make out its neck, but I could make out massive shoulders. That's when it growled. It was a deep vibration I could feel in my chest. My body just took over at that point. I'd worked security for years in California, in the music business. As a woman, I have to really work out and train to defend myself. I kickboxed for 8 years and worked out every day. I also trained dogs, mainly Anatolian and German Shepherds. Sometimes I have to establish who's the alpha, and to do that, I get them down, hold them in place, grab them by their ear, and growl until they submit. Then the training can start. So when this thing growled at me, it was just pure instinct. I dropped down to a crouching position and growled, right back at it. When I did that, it stopped growling and started sniffing the air. Its snout went up and it turned its head slightly as it was sniffing. It then took a few steps forward. I was still crouched down, on all fours, and moved forward, still growling at the thing. When I did that, it stopped. I stood up and kept staring right at it. I never broke eye contact with it. Then, it slowly stepped back into the tree line until I couldn't make it out as clearly as before and started to move to the right of me. The deer were still behind me. They were so close I could have reached out and touched them. I waved my arms and told them to get out of there. When I did that, they went back over the guardrail and took off down the hill. That's when I jumped in my car and got out of there as fast as I could. I felt this thing was trying to circle behind me, and I wasn't going to wait around for that. Do I think I scared it? No. But I do think I confused it for a couple of minutes, and that gave me time to move. I told my husband about what had happened up there, but I didn't tell him exactly what I saw. He'd think I was nuts, and to be honest, I thought I was a little crazy myself, until I saw a picture of a Dogman. I know there are other things in this world that can't be explained. I've seen them, but this was beyond any of those things. Since this has happened, I can't take the shortcut through that area anymore. My husband took me back over that way once to see the area, and I was begging him to get me out of there the whole time. I thought I was going to throw up. The wildlife up there has almost totally disappeared. I never see anything up on the hills anymore. The street I live on is only about a mile or so down the hill from this place, and lately, we've seen coyotes on the streets, like they've been chased out, and pets here have started to go missing. We've also seen a large black figure moving through our backyards. The dogs throughout the neighborhood go crazy regularly now, too. People were calling the cops when we saw that large black figure jumping fences. I'm concerned that it has come down the hill after eating everything up there. My wife and I had fallen on hard times and were living with her mom and stepdad on Caldwell Road. I grew up just about 2 miles from there. I always loved going into the woods, and still do today. The Cohutta National Forest was my playground growing up. It wasn't unusual for me to disappear into the woods for a few days. On this particular day, my wife, her mother, and I went shopping and were coming home on Highway 2. We were in my dad's F-150 with a brush guard on the front. It was very dark and foggy that night, with Jack's River on our left, about 10 yards off the road. We were about 250 yards from Caldwell, and there was a very sharp curve to the right. When I took that curve, there was something in the road. It was on all fours. I had no choice but to hit it. When we connected, the truck went completely over it. We felt the thunk going over the animal. I stopped to make sure it was dead, as I didn't want it to suffer, and to check the truck. The truck was okay, but when I looked at the creature, it was strange. So I got back in the truck and turned it around, so I'd have headlights to see from. This was the strangest thing I've ever seen. It was black, but not a regular black. It seemed like it absorbed the light, like no light went past it, and I still couldn't make out the animal. It was about the size of a young bear, maybe 200 to 250 pounds. It was clearly dead. The head was twisted back. I believe that the tear went over its neck and broke it. And the eyes were blue, but glassily, the way eyes turn when something is dead. It had long curved claws. The teeth were all curved back and very sharp. I didn't want to freak out the girls, so we went home. The next morning, I grabbed my .30-30 and my .357 and went to take another look. It was gone. I mean, nothing there. No blood, no fur. But there was the impression in the grass where it had been last night. And it looked like something big had come along and carried it off into the woods. I could see where something had walked into the woods. So I went back to my truck and got my trekking bag. It didn't have much, just a tarp, wool blanket, 2 quarts of water, and a little bit of food. Just enough to make it a night or two in the woods. A short camping trip and not a survival situation. So I headed into the woods to track whatever this thing was. I never saw a clear track, just signs. A broken stick here, leaves turned over, rocks that were disturbed from their bed, that kind of stuff. I tracked it about 2 miles to a clearing about half a football field in size, right to the middle, and suddenly, all signs disappeared. I searched all over that field and around its perimeter. There was no sign of it coming out of the field, just going in. That stumped me, so I gave up and started back to the truck. But when I got to the edge of the field, I got a very bad feeling in my gut. I can't explain it any other way. It was so bad that it almost doubled me over. After a short while of collecting myself, I tried to head back to the truck again, but it was the same thing. I know about where I was in comparison to the roads in the area, so I headed towards a friend's house, about 5 miles away. I finally got out of the woods just before dark. I told my friend about what had happened, and he told me to never go into that field again, that it was supposed to be cursed ground, a place of wishes and dark magic, and that people have gone missing after going into that field. I don't know what I saw that night, and I don't know if the legend of the field is true, but I do believe there's something strange in those woods. The woods are a part of me, and I can never stay out of them, and I'm not afraid of anything in the woods. I would just want to be careful around one of these things, like I would around a bear.